Hit set.
Of a million screens, he moves like a ghost through code and beams. A chrome cross night with a focused eye, breaking down every false disguise. Spam wars flood the open gate. He reads the lies, he seals the breach. Every threat that tries to crawl meets a wall, meets a wall. Hear the call, the signal rise from the coast to mountain skies. When the shadows try to land, we stand. America, hold the line, America. Tonight is mine, tactical Templar. Online, guard the flame, defend the light. America, hold the line, America. We rise, we rise. When the shadows try to steal the heart, defend the light. In the dark of the midnight feed, he plants truth like a battle creed. No surrender, no retreat, just the thunder under his feet. From the screen to the steadfast shore, he stands for the things we're fighting for. One nation loud and alive. We endure, we survive. America, hold the line, America. Tonight is mine, tactical Templar. Online, guard the flame, defend the light. America, hold the line, America. We rise, tactical Templar. Online, steal the heart, defend the light. Hold the line. We rise, we rise, we rise, we rise. Tactical Templar, defend the light. Morning breaks on the interstate. Steel birds cut the pale blue haze. From the farms to the harbor gates, one bright flag in a million ways. Hands that build and hands that mend. Hard-won miles from end to end. Every road and river name burns like iron in our veins. Hear the call, the signal rise from the coast to mountain skies. When the shadows try to land, we stand. America, hold the line. America, tonight is mine. Tactical Templar, online, guard the flame, defend the light. America, hold the line. America, we rise, tactical Templar, online, steal the heart, defend the light. In the grid of a million screens, he moves like a ghost through code and beams. A chrome cross night with a focused eye, breaking down every false disguise. Spam wars flood the open gate. He reads the lies, he seals the breach. Every threat that tries to crawl meets a wall, meets a wall. Hear the call, the signal rise from the coast to mountain skies. night feed. He plants truth like a battle creed. No surrender, no retreat. Just the thunder under his feet. From the screen to the steadfast shore, he stands for the things worth fighting for. One nation, loud and alive. We endure, we survive. Junk and bone, cheap trinkets stacked like a rusted throne. He sold his soul for a price tag, grinned and fed on the shame that he called a win. He raised black banners in the dawn, pointing at songs till the voices were gone. But every lie leaves a stain in stone, and every thief ends up standing alone. False flag burn, your banners turn to ash. False flag alert, the crowd has joined at last. Greed in your hands and envy in your eyes. False flag fall when the whole world rises. He hunted cards in the velvet haze, chasing bright treasure through fevered days, flipping his relics for silver and pride, while faithful friends were cast aside. He called for the chains, for the mute, for the break, for every voice he could make the world take. But the halls grew loud with the thunderous call, and neighbors stood shoulder to shoulder in fall. No crown for the man who feeds on fear, no feast for the one who poisons the year. He dragged his name through mud and fire, then found the bridge burned by his own desire. False flag burn, your banners turn to ash. False flag alert, the crowd has joined at last. Greed in your hands and envy in your eyes. False flag fall when the whole world rises. relics for silver and pride, while faithful friends were cast aside. He called for the chains, for the mute, for the break, for every voice he could make the world take. But the halls grew loud with a thunderous call, and neighbors stood shoulder to shoulder in fall. No crown for the man who feeds on fear, no feast for the one who poisons the year. He dragged his name through mud and fire, then found the bridge burned by his own desire. False flagger burn, your banners turn to ash. False flagger learn, the crowd has joined at last. Greed in your hands and envy in your eyes. False flagger fall when the whole world rises. Now the masks come off in the war drum rain, and the liar hears his own name break. No throne survives when the people sing. No fraud outlives the dawn we False flagger burn, your banners turn to ash. False flagger learn, and the crowd has joined at last. Greed in your hands and envy in your eyes. False flagger fall when the whole world rises. In the glow of 100 screens, tactical Templar draws his steel. From thumbnail banners to comment beams, he calls the scattered to the wheel. Bite, 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 the banners rise from basement desks and kitchen floors. Writers, gamers, camera eyes all answer now with iron roars. Hear the signal split the night, one shared vow, one burning thread. Every channel locks in tight, every brave word raised instead. Tactical Templar, lead us on. Tactical Templar, bring the dawn. We stand as one, we hold the line. 1,000 voices, one design. Tactical Templar, break their scheme. Tactical Templar, forge the dream. No broken gate, no dark decree. The Creator's march, and all are free. Then came the quartering, with a smear black crown spinning his rock through the halls of the feed. He poured out doubt to drag us down, and fed on panic like it was need. But the editor sharpened every frame, the streamer raised his painted blade. The podcaster lit up the name, and none of us flinched, none of us swayed. Hear the signal split the night, one shared vow, one burning thread. Every channel locks in tight, every brave word raised instead. Tactical Templar, lead us on. Tactical Templar, bring the dawn. We stand as one, we hold the line. 1,000 voices, one design. Even desks and kitchen floors. Writers, gamers, camera eyes all answer now with iron roars. Hear the signal split the night. One shared vow, one burning thread. Every channel locks in tight. Every brave word raised instead. Tactical Templar, lead us on. Tactical Templar, bring the dawn. We stand as one, we hold the line. 1,000 voices, one design. Tactical Templar, break their scheme. Tactical Templar, forge the dream. No broken gate, no dark decree. The Creator's march, and all are free. Then came the quartering with the smear black crown spinning his rot through the halls of the feed. He poured out doubt to drag us down and fed on panic like it was need. But the editor sharpened every frame. The streamer raised his painted blade. The podcaster lit up the name, and none of us flinched, none of us swayed. Hear the signal split the night. One shared vow, one burning thread. Every channel locks in tight. Every brave word raised instead. Tactical Templar, lead us on. Tactical Templar, bring the dawn. We stand as one, we hold the line. 1,000 voices, one design. Tactical Templar, break the scheme. Tactical Templar, forge the dream. No broken gates, no dark decree. The Creator's march, and all are free. Raise the shields of truth and craft. Hold the torches high and true. We are more than mock and draft. We are the tide he cannot do. Stone cold morning, sky like iron, hot like ash. Chains on every doorway, shadows where the brave men crashed. Blood red banners over fields of broken vows. Every whispered prayer feels lost inside the howling song. But in the garden, earth begins to shake. The darkest kingdom feels its perilous break. Rise, lion of the empty tomb. Tear the veil and split the gloom. From the grave you ride in flame. Call our forgotten name. Sword of mercy crowned in scars. King who carries all our wars. By your wounds
Brothers! Welcome back to the show! Let's go! That's right, guys. It is hump day. It is the middle of the week. Good to see you guys again. You know what? Today is going to be a good day. I have so much to go over with you guys. There's been so much happening, so much going on, and I'm glad that of all the places that you could come and spend time, of all the people that you could go and watch, the fact that you would come and watch my stream means a lot. But guys, we have some primo content to go over, okay? We got some primo content. We are live. We are live indeed. And guys, let me tell you something. You're in for a treat today, okay? You're in for a treat. We got some memes. We got some good old-fashioned memes. Oh man. We got some good old-fashioned memes. It is hump day. It is Wednesday. We're all happy that, it's almost the weekend, guys. And speaking of the weekend, speaking of Jeremy from the Quartering, guys, I have a very, very special segment for you all today. This special segment has to do with the oranges. That's right. We're going to be going over the oranges. And I know what you're thinking. It can't possibly be that interesting. But it is, okay? We got some orange news. You want to know what the oranges are for? Well, stay tuned. Stay tuned. Because that's what we're going to be answering today. What are the oranges for?
Give me $60,000 for the K-Cup machine or else the 1099s will get it. Tangerine emoji, tangerine emoji, tangerine emoji, tangerine emoji, tangerine emoji, tangerine emoji.
Thank you, Heinrich, for the donation. I appreciate your support, my friend. As always, just incredibly generous. So that's a perfect segue into the basis of the show. So as I'm, talking about these things, if you super chat on YouTube $5 and up, that's what will happen. There'll be a text to speech. It will, it'll read the whole thing as you just saw. So if you want to be part of the conversation and you want to support the channel, that is one way that you can absolutely do it. But you are not required or obligated under any circumstances to donate if you don't have the funds or if you just simply don't want to. We try to create the best show for everyone, whether you have money or you don't. I know, it's a crazy novel concept. The people that can donate and want to donate can. They're able. But people that don't have that, never should you feel like... And you may say, well, of course, but there have been people that have reached out to me that have said, I would really like to donate to support the channel, but I don't have funds. It's like, it's not the point. It's not the point of what I do. Maybe DSP, but no. If you don't have funds here, you're welcome here forever. Just by you contributing your presence, your time, your energy, I appreciate it more than you can know. Anyway, we're going to get into it today because we got a lot to go over. Guys, there has been a lot going on in the world, and it's just, I'm so glad that there are people of common sense and reason in the midst of all this, tumultuous bullshit, this chaos, this insanity. We're going to talk about Asmon Simp. We're gonna talk about Asmon Simp. That's gonna be a topic because man, oh man, does everyone hate Asmongold's girlfriend. That's crazy. And then Asmongold just put out a video and it made things worse. So the red pill hates Asmongold's girlfriend. The incels hate Asmongold's girlfriend. The racists hate Asmongold's girlfriend. Hasan Piker and his audience hate Asmongold's girlfriend. So it's just, I mean, like, everyone hates this girl because she's associated with Asmongold. That is just hilarious. I gotta be honest. I find it to be so funny because they all hate her for different reasons. And it all has to do with Asmongold in one way or another. But guys, actually, what we're going to do is we're going to start off the show with a lighthearted story. Sort of like how the morning news usually is a little bit more lighthearted, a little more jovial. That's what we're going to do. We're going to start things off, and it's going to be light news. It's going to be fun. We're going to be talking about gaming. That's right, guys. But don't worry. We are going to get into the big stuff. We are going to get into the quartering. You know, Jeremy from the quartering and the oranges. Trust me. It's funny, okay? It's absolutely funny. Just for no other reason than it has to do with oranges, okay? And we are going to talk about the other stuff as well. We're going to talk about what the Democrats have been doing, what they've been up to. It's absolutely nefarious. Guys, you don't hate the Democrats enough. You don't. You may think that you do, but you don't. I'm in the waiting room to trash Asmon. No, we're not going to be trashing Asmon right now. In fact, we're not going to be trashing Asmon at all. You know, because Asmongold can date whoever he wants. I just think it's funny content. However, we are going to be making our way into this show with a conversation about the state of the gaming industry, because it is very funny to watch how things have been playing out, and you may be surprised to learn, but Xbox is doing some things that are actually good. I know, it's crazy. What happened? You know, what happened? All of a sudden, Xbox is doing some good things, at least to try to rehabilitate their reputation. So that's what we're going to get into first. Brothers, there's been a pretty big shakeup in the gaming space over the last couple weeks. You know, Sony has decided to shoot themselves in the foot, the arm, the leg, pretty much in the torso. They have decided to pretty much incapacitate themselves. And I don't understand why. There's no logical reason why they would do this, especially on the back of so many failures that were epic in scale, like Concord. The amount of money that they put into Concord, they could have made 5 or 10 other games. And yet, Concord was going to be their juggernaut. Anyone in the right mind knew that Concord wasn't going to work, but these people, they had a vision, and they were willing to dump any amount of money into it. Well, I'm here to tell you that the other companies are capitalizing on this, and they're doing things that are very interesting. So, you know, Xbox was having a really, really bad run of things where, basically Phil Spencer was like, guys, we lost the console war. Yeah, we lost. We don't really have anything to offer. Well, ever since Asha came in, there seems to be a new wind blowing. And that's what we're going to be looking at today because, well, Xbox just randomly dropped that they are going to be introducing a backwards compatibility for your Xbox on PC. Play 4 original Xbox titles across supported PCs and handheld games today, with more ways to play. That is very, very interesting. Nobody was really expecting that. And if you can continue doing things like that and just dropping new bits of lore and information, and like if you can keep doing stuff like that, you're gonna have a good time. Meanwhile, Xbox is winning, and apparently PlayStation is losing. It says, today we're introducing Xbox backwards compatibility on PC, making it easier to play classic Xbox games from the past across PC and handhelds, including ROG Xbox Ally and Xbox Ally X. Your library is more than just a collection of games. It is your personal history of epic stories and treasure memories. This is a shot across the bow to Sony. Because the whole thing about not being able to play physical games is, well, we've lost access to these games that we've cherished from, maybe 1 or 2 generations back. How are we going to be able to play them? The new console can't even, we can't even play discs. So, it is a fundamental change in how the gaming industry is treating this, where now they're looking at it going, okay, well, we're going to start adding backwards compatibility on your PC and your other handheld devices. Very interesting. Your library is more than just a collection of games. It is your personal history of epic stories and treasure memories from the past. As players, we don't want to leave our gaming legacy behind, even as technology continues to evolve and advance. So you can already tell by the messaging of this, the text of this, that they are actively trying to assuage some of the fears that people have when they look at Sony. They're like, no, we don't want any of that on Xbox. So they're trying to do this. Now, is this going to be perfect? I very much doubt it. There are going to be things to criticize, but this is something that they shadow dropped that is pretty cool. We expect our library of games to move forward with us and to be able to play them in entirely new ways. Rolling out today, Xbox backwards compatibility on PC launches in early release, starting with 4 classic original Xbox games, now available on PC and handheld for the first time ever. This marks the beginning of a broader effort to preserve Xbox games from the past and bring them to PC over time. And we're not just enabling them to play on PC. We are also adding features to make your gaming experience better. Players can jump into the following games and support handheld devices beginning today in certain regions. So, I mean, it's pretty big news. Like, if you look at it from the perspective of the consumer, having these companies go to battle and go to war, the consumer always wins. We got Big Buddhist celebrating 1 month of membership. Thank you, brother. Asha went, let's do the exact opposite of whatever Sony is doing. Yeah, the business model, the exact opposite of what Sony is doing. And now here's the thing. I've gotten shit over the years. A crazy amount of shit. Because I've defended Nintendo at times where, especially in the West, it was unpopular to do so. And the reason is because I saw the vision. I don't think that Nintendo is perfect by any means. But what has Nintendo done? They've said, we're not going to try to be the strongest console in terms of power. We're willing to cut back on power because we want to be the most affordable. Also, we're going to make sure that people buy our console by making our games first-party exclusive. A lot of them are. And you know what? Nintendo's games, the games that Nintendo themselves create, are just amazing. You know, Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, Donkey Kong Bonanza, you got Super Mario Odyssey. Whenever Nintendo releases a big game, it does, in a lot of ways, revolutionize the gaming space. The way they've done it, I think, has been the correct way. I know some people disagree with that across multiple different vectors, and I don't disagree with them necessarily, because I do think that Nintendo can do some things better. But imagine, very soon, you could be playing Xbox games on your Switch too. Somebody says Pokemon is shit. Yes. But here's the thing. And again, a lot of people are not going to like this. Pokemon is not about the graphics. I think the graphics need to get better. I think they do. I think they need to get way better. But the Pokemon game is not made for me. I'm aware of that. I understand that. Just like Hello Kitty Island Adventure is not made for me. The game Pokemon, at this point, is made for children and is made for girls. Now, it doesn't mean that if you're an adult male, you can't play Pokemon. But they're not making the games for men. So, guys like Gears of War, God of War, they like games that have a little bit more graphical fidelity. Whereas a lot of the people that buy Pokemon, they just don't care. The kids and the women, they don't care as much. And that's proven by every time that there's like a girl game, if they have like a cutesy art style, they can usually get away with worse and worse graphics. That's just the reality of the situation. Now, do I want them to improve their visuals? Absolutely. The fact that Pal World came in and absolutely humiliated them should be an insult. It should be an insult to their pride over there at the Pokemon Company, and not to, let us sue them out of the business. No, it should set a fire under your ass to go and do better. Say, look at these people humiliating us. Let's put out a better game. You have insulted our honor. Unacceptable, disgraceful humiliation. Yeah, disgraceful humiliation. That's right. You have been humiliated. Nintendo, Pokemon Company, do something about it. And that's not through a lawyer. Make your games better. Make your games look better. Heinrich in chat says, what do you mean? What do you mean Hello Kitty Island Adventure isn't for men? Listen, if you're playing Hello Kitty Island Adventure, that's perfectly fine. But Rainbow Sparkle or whatever it's called, Rainbow Sparkle or however your favorite character on there, that wasn't made with a guy in mind. What about Pokemon being a girls' game? Well, one of the reasons why Pokemon hasn't evolved is because it's a game that's made for kids and it's a game that's made for girls. That's what it's been for the past probably 10, 15 years. It's been a game that's made for girls and game that's made for kids. So they haven't really cared about the graphics because, you take a look at what is one of the most popular girl games. Like these farming sims and games like Animal Crossing. Animal Crossing has shit graphics. Looks terrible. But they love it. Says, rolling out today, Xbox backwards compatibility on PC launches and early release. Starting with 4 games. Okay. So we got Blink's Time Sweeper, Conquer Live and Reloaded, Crimson Skies, and Fusion Frenzy. So these are, I think Conquer is pretty big, but these are relatively small titles. It's a start. Each of these games is now available for purchase on PC and also included in Xbox Game Pass. So you can purchase these games digitally now. Okay. If you already own a digital license for the game on console, that license now carries over to your PC or handheld. Okay. Now, what would be really cool is if they found a way to allow you to take your physical game and transfer it to a digital license so that you can have an additional value for your physical games. That would be really cool. Hey, you still got this game? Well, if you put it in your CD and we can make sure that it's verified, or there's a code or something. I think that could be potentially very cool. We got Heinrich saying, TT, get out of the wind, you will catch a cold. Yeah. All right. But yeah, you can play these Xbox games on handheld and on PC. And it gives you the minimum requirements and stuff. I think this is cool. I think this is a step in the right direction for the gaming space. Because for a while there, it seemed like these companies were just doing things that were intentionally designed to, just cripple your rights as a consumer. And now at least they're doing something that on the surface looks pretty good. It says we should also be able to trade a digital just like, I agree. I do agree. Now, with digital, it would be a little bit more difficult, but they'd have to find a way to do it. But they can. They absolutely can. But I do agree with you. You should be able to sell your digital game on eBay and have somebody buy it, and then you transfer the code to that person that bought it, and then they can use the code to download it. But these companies don't want to do that because, it makes them less money. Because then they have no control over the market. They want to be able to control the digital market because even 10 years later, they want to be able to have the game be, $39.99, $49.99. You look at eBay, you look at the secondhand market, a lot of those games are relatively cheap. I'll give you an example. We'll take a look at eBay real quick. If we go to eBay and you type in Breath of the Wild Switch. Breath of the Wild right now, let's see. Breath of the Wild, brand new, $36.99 with free shipping. You can buy it now, $36. Now, if you went to, I don't know what it is on the Nintendo store, but I imagine it's probably not $36. You see what I mean? Oh, here we got Breath of the Wild, $32. $32.99 free shipping. So, and here we got one that's 32. Let's see. Oh, we got a brand new sealed Breath of the Wild for Switch 2 for $60 with free shipping. My point here is that there are many different ways to buy games for cheaper on the secondhand store. I'm not telling you anything you don't already know. But the point is that by doing it, by not allowing you to trade digitally, they want to control that market. I think you're right, though. I think there should be a way for you to trade and sell your digital games. Because you should have every bit as much ownership over your digital games as your physical games. But currently, right now, that's not the case. You have more control over your physical game. And while it is true that they could create some system that prevents you from being able to play your physical game, here's the other reality that other people don't want to talk about. When you have a company or a corporation do something that's that draconian, the internet is going to respond. And the internet has responded. There was not even a talk of like a PS5 emulator. Not really. And now they're talking about building a PS5 emulator. They're talking about building, here's the article I saw. Here's the article. It's PS5 emulation ramps up in response to Sony killing physical games. PS5 titles now booting across different emulators with rapid community development for both 2D and 3D games. So, yeah, Sony's like, well, we're gonna discontinue physical games. And the gaming community is like, the fuck you are. Yeah, so basically they've created a PS5 emulator at this point. That's what they're building. That's what they're creating so that you will have a way to dump your PS5 games and play them in the event, in the event that they take the game off of the store for licensing reasons or whatever else, you're still going to have that ability to play. That's what the gaming community can do. And right now, that is the advantage of having physical over digital. But that being said, this is still an amazing, amazing thing I hope that more games come out. It says requires Windows 11. Specific features vary by game. Download required. Game purchase or Xbox subscription may be required. Yeah. So you got to either buy the game or get it for free on the pass. So already, I mean, it's a small thing, but already it's more value for the Game Pass. You have the ability to buy it individually. How much is it? How much are these games? I'm wondering. I'm very curious. How much are the games? That may be something I have to look at elsewhere. But like, if I wanted to buy Conquer, how much is it? $10. What do you guys think? The price, if I can get it in the frame, price is $10. Do you guys think that's a reasonable price for an Xbox game? Do you think $10 is a reasonable price? You can either get it for free on Game Pass, or free in quotations, or you can buy it for $10. Let me know what you guys think. Do you think that is a reasonable price for an Xbox game? The game hasn't been updated, up-resed, or anything. It's just literally the same game. Anyway, I want to thank you guys for watching. I want to thank you guys for supporting the channel, and I'll see you guys next time. Okay. Let me get that up online, and then we will move on to the next topic. Okay. All right. So, should we? No, I think we're gonna save the orange one for later. We're gonna save orange for later. Let's see. Something. Okay. Okay, got that. Fantastic. All right. I think what we're gonna do. I think we're gonna transition to. We talked about this. Okay. All right. Here we go. We bombed the shit out of Iran. For $1,500, you can get an okay gaming laptop, and you get a computer. PS4 was probably my last console ever. That's true. That's true. You know, but listen. We're $1,500 is a lot of money. Okay, to just be dropping on a new computer. All right. You know, that's a lot of shekels. That's a lot of money. You know, we're frugal over here. You know, we're extremely frugal. Okay. Let's take a look at this real quick before we move on. I did pay $10 for KOTOR on Xbox, and it was well spent. That's true. That's a good point. Okay, we're going to talk about this before we move on from the Xbox topic. Well, brothers, we just got done talking about some relatively good news for Xbox because they are introducing ways to play your old Xbox original games on Game Pass, and you can buy them, just off of the store. So it's $10 for like Conquer, Conquer's for a day. It's Conquer Reloaded. $10 for some of these games. So whether you think that's a good value or not is entirely up to you. But now you have more choice. And when companies fight like Sony and Xbox, it gives the consumer more options to be able to make an informed decision. Like, do you want to buy that game? Yes or no? Well, now you got the choice. However, we're now going to be talking about somewhat of a negative story around Xbox, because it seems that there are some people that are very upset at Asha because of what she's been doing with the H-1B visas and firing Americans.
So they get their H-1B visa approved, and then they get fired from Microsoft. Congressman, you sent a letter to Federal Reserve Chairman Kevin Warsh after the CEO of Xbox was appointed to the Fed's Productivity and Jobs Task Force. Have you heard back?
I've not heard back. It's a little breaking news. I just sent this late afternoon yesterday before we headed to the floor, and I want her removed. So she's the head of productivity and jobs on this task force. I guess what's the strategy? Fire your workforce and apply for H-1B visas. I think the H-1B visa program needs to be done away with. I think it's a scam. I think it's replacing.
So not great, okay? Looks very, very bad. I'm just going to be honest. As somebody who's America First, we can criticize Xbox on one video and give them a little bit of praise when they do something right on the other. I think what they did with the original Xbox games, I think that was good. This is incredibly bad. It's optically bad. Because I'm just going to be honest here, and that's why people come to me over anyone else, is because I'm just honest, even to my own detriment. You have to be aware of the optics. If you are an Indian woman and you are firing Americans and you are bringing in people on the H-1B, which is incredibly unpopular, that is going to be very optically bad for business. Now, it could be that they brought her in to do all of the unpopular things, and then they're going to fire her or remove her or change her out with somebody else and say, well, look, we fired her. But if you as a company are firing Americans, which, by the way, I have no problem with you firing some of these woke retards. You need to fire them. However, if you are using H-1B to replace them, which is basically just cheap labor, you're going to find yourself in basically a bit of an unwinnable situation, because any goodwill that you build up from, doing things that gamers want is going to immediately be kneecapped. Especially on a governmental level, where you got now a congressman that is talking about you in the negative. You now have him talking about, well, I want her removed from this task force, which does reflect on Xbox. Makes you look bad. So, I'm just saying, it may not be the most comfortable thing to say or talk about, but if you are an Indian woman, if you are Indian, the stigma is that you are going to prefer your own. That's the reality. That's what people are saying. That's the scuttlebutt. And if you do that, it's going to have negative implication on top of negative implication. When you are part of a public company, you have to be aware of the optics. I'm not saying this to hate on her. I'm saying this to give her an idea. She may not be aware of this, or she may not care. But either way, optically, this looks bad. What you want to do in this situation is find Americans to do these jobs and basically just have it at that. You want Americans to do it. If you use the H-1B, there is going to be a negative consequence. Whatever money that you think that you're saving, in the long run, it's not going to be worth it due to the stigma of your company being an H-1B company.
Our people here in the United States, we are a country. We're not an international free trade zone where everybody can come in and compete for our jobs. The American worker is the only worker in the world that has to compete with workers from all over the world inside their own borders. And we have millions of people graduating college and technical school and trade school every year who are being outbid in terms of wages, not outworked. And I don't think that that's right. I think we need to get rid of the H-1B visa program.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? This looks bad for Xbox. It looks bad for Osha. I mean, it looks bad for everyone, involved with that. And he's got a point. He's right. There are Americans that want to get into game design. They want to be game developers. They want to be in this space, and they're willing to go into debt to the tune of, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars. And you are exporting their opportunities away to foreigners who will take the jobs at the cheap because they just want to get into the country. You're going to pay them less, but it's going to cost you more.
You recently wrote an op-ed for Fox News Digital about it, the need to address issues with the H-1B visa approval process. Walk us through what can be done here, because, you talk with CEOs out there of global businesses, and they're all in on the H-1B visa process and hiring people who have those visas. What are your concerns?
Well, and look, I get why they're for it. I mean, they get to import cheap foreign labor from all over the world. But look, we are a country. Citizens do have, I think, some type of exclusivity.
Yeah, no, he's absolutely right. And here's the thing. Xbox, you've got your finger on the pulse when it comes to how do we capitalize on Sony's blunder? How do we capitalize on Sony's blunder? Well, what we're doing is we're making an emphasis on game preservation. We're talking about, we're going to have a physical disc, device in our next console. So you understand what optics are and how optics are important. You understand that. You are currently doing that because Sony shot themselves in the, in the foot and the leg and the chest and the elbow, damn near in the head. You understand that in terms of business, they have been just devastated. Like, their reputation is mud right now. And you understand that. But you have to also understand you are an American company. An Indian woman bringing in Indian employees after firing Americans is optically about as poor as you can get. Now, again, you can be mad at me for saying this, but believe it or not, I'm actually looking out for your own best interest. Now, you can tell me to pound sand. You can say, we don't want to listen to your advice. We don't care. We got our own thing. Fine. But the fact is that if you want good PR and good reputation, it's not enough to give people 4 Xbox games that they can buy for $10 on your store. You're going to have to do a lot more than that. And guess what? Right now, Nintendo is still eating your lunch. Because let's take a look. If you want to say I'm crazy, let's just take a look at the numbers, okay? This is for June 2026. June 2026. Look at the sales for the Switch 2. Almost 400,000 in the United States, Mexico, Canada. 230,000 in the EU. 137, basically 138,000 in Japan. And then the rest is TBA. So if you took just America, Mexico, and Canada alone, Xbox sells less than half. Less than half. In fact, it's actually closer to a third of what you're doing compared to Nintendo. Now, why do you think that is? It's because Nintendo is doing these certain things right. And as a Japanese company, they don't have to worry about, H-1B issues. They just sort of do their own thing. Now, don't get me wrong, they have their own problems. But you don't hear about Japan. Like, you know what you hear about when you talk about Japan and employees and like Nintendo? You hear about Nintendo giving their employees a raise. You hear about their employees being like really hardworking and diligent. But now what we're hearing from Xbox and America is we fired the Americans, we brought in cheap foreign labor. This Indian woman brought in other Indians into America. It's not going to go well. And again, look at your market in Europe and Japan. It's basically non-existent. Like, really. I think that you have potential, Xbox. I'm going to be honest. I've always thought you had potential. You used to be extremely cool. Halo, I think the beginning of the end was the moment that you started becoming a company that thought you were too big and too cool for gaming. And so you wanted to be a multi-purpose tool. You wanted to, we're going to be a Blu-ray player and a DVD player and a CD player, and we're going to be something that integrates with your TV, and we're going to have the Kinect, and we're going to have the... You got to keep it simple. When it comes to Americans, and that's your biggest market, if you don't want to lose that, we don't want Indians. That people do not want to think, because here's another hard truth, okay? And this is probably going to be a tough one for you to swallow. But India is gross, okay? I don't mean that to be racist or mean. I mean literally, if you go on to like Google Maps and you click on a certain part of India, it's disgusting. People don't like the idea of bringing in that cheap, like gross labor over here. Now you could say, well, that's not fair. And it doesn't matter if it's fair. It doesn't matter if it's right. That's the perception. Well, we're going to fight against that. Oh, okay. You can try to fight against that. But the problem is you are going to be investing so much time and energy into fighting against that you're not really going to be even a video game company anymore. The fact is, in my chat right now, my chat is, we got some pretty sophisticated individuals, some pretty, academics in chat. But the minute I said India, they started bringing up references to videos that we watch about, like the poop throwing festival. I'm not here to denigrate India. That's really not what this is about. It's not the focus of this. What I'm doing here is trying to break you out of the apathy that has been built around these topics, where people just sort of like go through the motions. Here's the reality. Here's the optics of it. And this is more valuable than some marketing consultant at your company that's going to tell you what you want to hear. Americans don't like the idea of the Chinese or Indians making their goods. Will they buy them from China? Yes, but they don't want the idea. They don't want the idea of that. They want to go to McDonald's and they want to feel like they're getting a handcrafted burger. Are they getting a handcrafted burger? No. No. They're getting mass-produced, generic, like a million patties frozen and shipped out in a truck. But they want to feel like it's an authentic experience. And especially with the prices nowadays, where you have McDonald's that's, about on par with a sit-down restaurant for how much a burger costs. My point is, people want to feel like if they're buying a game from America, they're supporting an American company. They want to feel like Xbox is an American company. And if you don't do that, if you squander that, you only have yourself to blame. And again, It's very easy to attack people like me for telling the truth, because the truth that I have to tell is one that's uncomfortable, but it's necessary. It's necessary for the longevity of your brand, for the continuous survival of some of these IPs. Because look at that. In terms of sales, you're not doing great. But that's because you've long since forgotten who and what you are. Xbox, you don't want any semblance or perception that you are an Indian company. In fact, honestly, and you may not like this, if I were in your position, I would have gotten a good-looking traditional white guy to, a younger, like, savvy white guy to play the role of CEO. And you could have Asha go behind the scenes and do all the actual work. But you want to present yourself as an American company. And that's going to make Americans want to be more loyal to you than even PlayStation or Sony, and Nintendo and the Switch. Because they do want pride in something and they don't feel it. The other thing that you're going to do, or you need to do, is you are Halo. Xbox is Halo. You need to go and make the best Halo game you've ever made. You need to go and make a Halo game that is absolutely breathtaking. I don't mean just in terms of graphics. I mean the best Halo game that you need to bring in the absolute best. It needs to be a trim team of passionate, you're going to send in the special forces of game development to make a Halo game that is so good that the only thing that people can talk about is Master Chief. Your competition in Sony has made a mistake. They took one of their biggest IPs, God of War, and they pissed it down the drain with God of War Lafe, because they did what a lot of these companies are doing. They decided that they were going to take their IP and they were going to have a female main character. That was a boneheaded decision. Nobody wants to play God of War Lafe. Nobody wants to play God of War Laundry. Nobody wants to play that. What they want to play is they want to play a Halo game. It's about Master Chief and Cortana, and they want this feeling and this connection of this is an American company. It's an American game. You want to get people behind your product and behind your brand again. And if you do that, you may have a chance of outselling the PS5. That's what it is. Yeah, and maybe move your headquarters to Texas. I don't know. But you need rugged masculinity back as your brand. You need to become the brand of jocks again. You need to become the brand of Halo again. You need Halo. You need Halo that is Halo. Awesome PvP. That's what it is. A great story, great PvP, innovative gameplay. Like you need to go back to basics. That's what you need. You need to make Halo great again. You gotta make Halo great again. That's what you gotta do. But anyway, I want to thank you guys for watching. I want to thank you guys for supporting the channel. All of my advice is done with the intent to help. It may be a little bit blunt, but it doesn't make it any less true. Anyway, that'll do it. I want to thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time. Okay. All right. Let's see. Xbox. Okay. All right. Should we get into the oranges? Should we do the orange segment? What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Should we do the oranges? Orange, you glad you paid attention? Let me see. Okay, I just had to like those comments. I appreciate the financial support. I always do. Guys, you guys are amazing. You guys are absolutely amazing. Anyway. Okay. Yeah, I can't thank you guys enough for the support as always. It's overwhelming to me the support you guys give. It's crazy. You know, every bit of it is I'm grateful for. Okay. Should we we done gaming. Okay. I don't think I want to watch that. But maybe we can watch this. Let me shut up. All right. Support is very welcome. We love the show. Yeah. Well, just you being here helps. So, Doyle, it's not a thing of you have to donate financially. Just, being here, participating, it does help. Sometimes. As long as you don't spam the end tower or do anything crazy like that, you're good. Brothers, it has been a particularly bad couple of weeks for Hasan Piker. You see, he just found out that the love of his life, Asmongold, has a girlfriend. And so he has been seething and coping about that to the point where it's driven him, I think, insane. Because Hasan just gave one of the most just deranged speeches, I think, in the history of his career. So he went to this convention where he was dressed as Mao. He went dressed as Mao, and he gave a Hitlerian-style dictator speech that was just madness.
No more to Trumpism, but no more to the Democrats who compromise, who conciliate, and who betray us. No more to the fascist reactionaries, but no more to the Democrats who will collaborate and cooperate with the fascists, who will fund ICE, who will fund Israel, who will help poison the planet, who will stiff workers and help bosses. We don't need those Democrats anymore.
Stiff workers and help bosses, okay? Now, Hasan doesn't really care about or mean any of this. The only thing that Hasan cares about is his medieval blood feud with Israel. If you had a Democrat politician that supported what Hasan is saying on 99% of things, but said, you know what, I do support Israel, Hasan wouldn't support that person. No, he'd say, no, we need a better candidate. By the way, this is at a Democrat convention, and he's saying, I hate the Democrats.
In fact, we have a message. We are coming.
This guy is so fake. He has no aura. Hasan Piker has no aura. Guys, I'm here to tell you, we are coming. Hasan, listen. The only thing, the only coming that you're going to be doing is into your sock. When you're looking at your laptop that's filled with videos and images of, girls that are allegedly underage, that multiple people have said that you've shown off to other people, fans of yours. that have sent you images that are inappropriate that you've, saved and shown to other people. That's the only coming that you're going to be doing, Hasan. There is no revolution. You are despised by just about everyone. You thought it would be a good idea to dress as Mao for this? Like, this is going to be fodder for the Republican Party for the next 5 years.
We are unbossed, we're unbought, we're unbound, and we will become undeniable.
I mean, look at the people standing. It's the fat women, like it's the ugly fat women that are standing up and cheering.
Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, it's the ugly women that are cheering. But, guys, it gets better. Well, he dresses like Mao, but that doesn't mean he actually supports dictators, right?
I got stopped by a cop who thought I was like making fun of Mao Zedong, which I never would and never will. Mao Zedong is a one of the great leaders of this world.
By the way, Mao Zedong killed more people than Adolf Hitler. Mao killed more people than Hitler did.
Okay, a man who changed the entire universe.
I have to ask, at what point can we as a country say, you know what, this guy is not an American. We need to get this guy out. This guy is praising Mao Zedong. This guy is a terrorist supporter through and through. There's no question about that.
The entire planet. Okay. For real, yes. I mean, there was a lot of fucking
there's a lot of excesses. You love that soft language that Hasan does. There's excesses. You mean like just total brutality, tyranny, death? Those excesses?
The People's Republic of China would not exist without Mao Zedong.
Oh gosh. So yeah, by the way, this is an official Democrat Party event.
No more to Trumpism, but
yeah, okay.
Making fun of.
It says, here we got Spencer Pratt, who was cheated out of his mayoral race in California, goes at Hasan for dressing as Mao at the College Democrats of America. Let's see. Let me pull this down real quick. It says, Hasan Piker dressed as Mao, brainwashing your college kids. They're communists. This is always communism. Right. And you know how you deal with communism? You put them in jail or you put them underneath the prison. Like, communism should not be allowed. But Spencer Pratt is correct. You need to deport Hasan Piker. But guys, that was all the buildup. That was the foundation. Hasan gave a pretty terrible speech dressed as Mao Zedong. And now we get into the main reason for today's video. Destiny and Hasan Piker are fighting. And I gotta say, I'm here for it. This is such entertaining and hilarious content. Destiny and Hasan are two people that I think are awful in different ways. I think Destiny has gone too far over the edge. He said things, I think actually akin to like what Ethan Klein said about, bombing the the NRA building, or, just attacking conservatives, making them feel unsafe. Because, if the conservatives feel unsafe, then what they're going to want is their leader to, like Trump, to back down. No, it's the opposite. If people on the conservative right feel that they're being attacked and killed, no, what they're going to demand, what they're going to demand is that Trump go further. to go further in taking on the left. I agree with Destiny on a lot of that stuff. I thought the way he handled the firefighter that was shot and killed at the Trump rally, I thought that was disgusting what he said about him. But that being said, I'll take Destiny over Hasan any day, because Destiny, while I find him to be repulsive, he is an American. And maybe, I don't think this is likely, but maybe there's a way to reach Destiny so that he, will eventually stop this madness. I don't think there is, but I think that if you were to ask people, who would you have a higher likelihood of being able to be reasoned with, Destiny or Hasan? I think Destiny would be the answer.
Cringe fucking shit is too much. I don't care. It cannot be, until I see anybody. The only reason why I let AOC slide is because she is willing to push back against the super left people. I've never seen Mamdani do it. Don't know if he would do it. But if I see him do it, then I'll change my opinion on it. But at this point,
he's such a petty little tyrant in his little circle on the internet. It's so funny. Like, who listens to this and goes, yeah, this guy's fucking kicking game right now. He's so based. How do you read this as anything but a bitter man who has no power, no prominence, and is just talking to an increasingly shrinking, irrelevant group of individuals that is basically a fucking cult? AOC is the only...
I mean, if that isn't the biggest projection, I don't know what is. If you were to look up projection in the dictionary, you should have Hasan's picture right there. That was such projection. Hasan has no motion. Everyone hates him. Whenever he is allowed to speak at these events, there's always this crying and temper tantrum throwing that the wrong person might be allowed to show up. Yeah, oh no, Destiny might arrive. Not Destiny. No, not Destiny. Oh no. Please make sure Destiny's banned. Dude, you're afraid of Destiny? Why? That's so pathetic. Well, because Destiny would humiliate you. Ethan Klein humiliated you in a debate. If your ideas are so strong and so solid, why on earth are you so afraid to debate Destiny? It's because you know that there are people within your audience that are left-wing that would go to Destiny's audience. That's what you know. They'd be like, wow, this Hasan guy is a fucking idiot. You are one of the most deeply insecure people. I think that's one of the reasons why. You won't debate Destiny. You won't have a conversation with Destiny. Even though you talk the tough guy act. You just did a video with NMPLOL, Nick Polam, or whatever his name is. You did a video with him where you were saying, Asmongold won't debate me. Really? You want to get into that? Why won't you debate Destiny? Why won't you debate Destiny? Is it because you know that you would lose?
Only actual R-word progressive. Fuck her too.
I feel like
Holy.
It's a little bit
absolute based. AOC, my queen.
Existential for our party.
For our party. It's like, bro, this is not your party. Okay?
Hasan, it's not your party either. You're not American. You represent a Middle Eastern blood feud. You just got done saying how bad the Democrat Party is and how you don't support the Democrat Party. We just watched you at a Democrat convention knock and shit on the Democrats. It's more his party than it is yours because he's an actual American.
This is the thing that I don't understand. He always talks about is he was like, DNC shouldn't be inviting Hasan. They should be inviting me instead. Oh, I wish they would give me the power one.
Yeah, it probably would be smarter to invite Destiny than Hasan. Hasan, you're a terrorist supporter. Now, Destiny has some pretty radioactive takes. Some pretty terrible takes. I mean, genuinely indefensible stuff that he said. but all of it is better than what you said. Like, what the things that you've said, the things that you've done are so malevolently evil. You should not be in this country anymore. You really shouldn't. We should send you home to Turkey, which is where you live most of your life. You live most of your life not in the U.S. You were born here. You're an anchor baby. Then you went and you lived somewhere else most of your life. You were not raised in America. You begged your parents to let you come over to America to attend college because you wanted to sleep with American girls and so on. You are a greasy, horny, Turkish mess. And now you want to get into politics and tell an American like Destiny, which, by the way, I disagree with Destiny probably on 99.99999% of things. And I find his entire attitude and worldview to be revolting. His atheism is disgusting. But he's an American, and you're not. So, we tolerate Destiny, Hasan. We don't have to tolerate you.
Day so I could like really fix everything. And it's so funny because it's like, dude, what are you talking about? Like, you're a deeply unserious egomaniac. You're a narcissistic sex pest.
Whoa! Projection! You know, oh my God, that has to be one of the biggest projections I've ever seen. I have rarely seen a bigger projection than that. Hasan, that's you! Hasan, that is you! That's who you are. That's what you are.
You've platformed every white supremacist in the last decade.
You platformed the Houthi terrorist. You say, guys, I support the Houthis 10 toes down. Oh my gosh. Hasan, you really are the DSP of politics. You really are the DSP of politics. It's crazy.
Okay. Fix your fucking life. And if you want to actually have impact in American politics, stop trying to fucking harm the left movement in this country.
You just got done. By the way, Hasan, you are the one that said don't vote for Kamala Harris because she's not against Israel enough. But you're saying that he's the one against the left. No. Don't interrupt your enemies when they're making a mistake. But this is just utter madness. It's delusion.
It's such a strange thing for this guy to like present himself as this real beacon of prosperity, a real force to be reckoned with.
When has he done that? When he said, guys, I am the political whirlwind. Everything comes through me. No. He's simply pointing out that what you do and what you say, Hasan, is it's pathetic. That you are somebody that doesn't know what you're talking about. You can't ever debate on the facts because you don't have any facts. You are clueless about nearly everything that you say. Everything. And the things that you don't know, you're lying about the other stuff. So it's either you don't know or you're lying. And most of the time it's lying. But I mean, to say that about Destiny, that's crazy. Absolutely crazy. And by the way, this is coming from somebody that doesn't like Destiny. But more than not liking Destiny, I don't like you because you're not an American. You're not an American. You don't reflect America. You are trying to make our politics worse to benefit yourself.
Within the liberal Democratic Party, when the Democrats don't want anything to do with them either. You can't be running around being like, our party needs to purge the left flank when it's not your party.
He's more in line with the traditional Democrats than you are. It's not your party, Hasan. You have no motion. You have absolutely no motion. You are a cancer to anyone who you are associated with.
these terms are not appropriate. I oppose the framing that I am, a part of the Democratic Party in the ways that people talk about it, where I say like I'm not a liberal, and yet sucks to suck for Bonarelli.
So you admit you're not a Democrat. You say you're not a liberal. You're a terrorist supporting leftist that has Middle Eastern politics. And he's saying we need to work with the Democrat Party in order to win elections. And you think that you are in a better position to represent the Democrats, which you don't identify with and you're not a part of and you shit on. Son, you genuinely are a fucking retard. Like, genuinely, you are, you are getting me to defend Destiny, which is not something I ever thought that I would do. But that is how repulsive and idiotic you truly are. You don't have a cogent argument against what he's saying. You try to resort to ad hominem attacks because there is no substance. There's no policy here. There's no policy behind any of what you're saying. It's all show. Grandstanding, because you want to be the center of attention. You want to be the guy, well, no one's pure enough for me. It is the endless purity spiral where you don't care if you actually lose, Hasan, just so long as you are the main star of the Titanic. Like, you will let the ship sink as long as you are the star.
Epstein. But,
I mean, listen to how hard he tries to try to incorporate Destiny with Epstein. Hasan, do you know, like, you are the last person in the world that should be commenting on the allegations relating to Destiny? Yeah, some of the allegations against Destiny are disgusting and gross. Some of the allegations seem pretty despicable. However, Hasan, you went to Germany to a brothel to have sex with a girl. We don't know how old she was, because that brothel was rated for trafficking underage girls. So how are you going to say that about him? Also, Hasan, do we want to bring up your laptop? The laptop that you've talked about is only for porn that you have, a lot of which are fans of yours, to which we don't know the age, which, according to certain sources, I can't verify this, but you've shown underage porn to other people in your fan base. Now, we can't verify that, but that is something that has been, oft repeated. So, you are not in a position to be talking this cavalierly about what Destiny has done when people know some of the things that you're accused to have done.
Our movement is more a foundational part of the Democratic Party than he is. Part of that is because he's just a hanger-on. He's just trying to claw his way into some kind.
By the way, one of the reasons why Hasan is so mad at Destiny is because without Destiny, Hasan would have no career. Hasan has always been a parasite, whether it was leeching off of the Young Turks and, the nepotism job, or it was leeching off Destiny. Hasan is in the position that he's in solely because Destiny put him there.
Kind of relevancy, but failing to do so because he gets in his own way every step of the way. Yeah. Razor sharp political instincts once again, demonstrating that he knows where the winds are blowing. If he had real ideological commitments, rather than operating off of pure resentment, okay, he would recognize where the movement was, where the momentum was, and he wouldn't position himself as being unbelievably antagonistic to that movement. Not to say that, like, DSA would ever welcome someone like Destiny into its own ranks, but he could at least dupe people into believing that he was a progressive force, right? But he's so fucking self-centered and so chock full of personal resentment. He is driven by his animosity.
Oh my gosh. Like, Hasan listing this off, do you think that Hasan for a moment realizes that he's talking about himself 100%? Do you think Hasan has the intelligence to realize that he's basically just describing himself? I don't know. That is embarrassing that he's basically listing off everything that he does and says and how he acts and is attributing it to Destiny. Destiny has his own series of problems. But, well, Destiny's so arrogant. No, true. Destiny can be arrogant. Destiny can make bad decisions, sure. But Hasan always has to be the center of attention. He's one of the most egotistical people online, and it's not even close.
To those he has declared ideological enemies due to the fact that at some point we've made him feel small, we've made him feel stupid, we've made him feel silly, only because he positioned himself against people like myself, and the environment shifted from under his feet. Okay? Like with Israel. Israel is one of the best examples of this, right? Like he...
Right. So you hate Israel to the exclusion of all else. And because Destiny doesn't hate Israel as much as you, well, that means that he's not as good of a Democrat. This is a self-report. This is a self-admission that Hasan Piker, his number one issue, it's not healthcare. It's not helping the homeless. It's not lowering costs. It's not anything like that. No. The number one issue for Hasan is Israel. It is a Middle Eastern blood feud. Now, my position is I don't give a shit about Israel. I don't care about Israel. I don't care about Palestine. It's not our problem. It's not our issue. As an American, I want to help Americans. I want to help Americans. I don't care about Israel. I don't care about Palestine. I know. Terrible to say, right? I want America to be in control of its own country. We don't even need to be looking at Palestine. We don't even need to be looking at Israel. But Hasan, that's his number one issue because he is part of this group where their number one priority is this Middle Eastern blood feud. This Middle Eastern blood feud that has nothing to do with us.
He thought, as he said over and over again at the time, like, oh, Hasan is losing everything. We're going to destroy him. Everyone is going to know that he is a nefarious force, a bad force in American politics. And by 2025, I will have actually generated a lot more buzz than Hasan, something along those lines. It was such a stupid thing that he said.
Well, first of all, I don't accept your paraphrasing of anything, Hasan, because you're a serial liar and you're a narcissist. But Hasan, Destiny, he's obviously living rent-free in your head. But here's the thing. You went to a Democrat event at a college dressed as Mao. Destiny did not punk you or trick you into that. You did that on your own. You were so stupid and so arrogant as to decide, you know what? That's where I'm going to go. That's what I'm going to do. I am going to go to this event. I'm going to go to this event and I'm going to dress as Mao and I'm going to make a statement. Mao was a great leader. Like, Hasan, you have said and done things that are so reprehensibly retarded and evil. I don't know how you could possibly have the audacity to even say anything to Destiny. That's the reality. You have no policies. You have no positions. You can't articulate what you actually believe. And instead you rely on insulting people, trying to tear them down over their looks. The big one for you is looks. Oh, they're jealous of me. They're jealous of the way I look. Hasan, nobody has ever been jealous of the way you look. Your friends, your close friends say you stink. That you are the typical sweaty, gross, hairy Turkish man that smells bad. Like, no one is jealous of you. Absolutely no one is jealous of you, Hasan. It's crazy to me. It's absolutely crazy to me that we're even having this conversation. It really is. It's just bonkers. Anyway.
Never mind, the lib media is never covering any of the Hasan shit. This is literally Adam's girlfriend. Kill me. The whole space is cooked as fuck. He's like going after Adam Mockler's girlfriend apparently because he doesn't like that Adam Mockler is not sufficiently defending him.
So?
Not realizing.
Like, Hasan, are you trying to imply that you would never go after somebody's girlfriend or wife? That you would never make a snide comment about them? You'd never make a disparaging comment. You never insult them. You never belittle them, Hasan. No. You'd never do that. No. Hasan Piker would never do that. He'd never talk about somebody's wife or their girlfriend or the way they look. No, he's above that. Hasan, you are such a lying piece of shit. It's unbelievable. You do that stuff all the time. You lie as easily as you breathe. In fact, one of the most hilarious quotes of your speech that you gave at that college was, well, they can call me many things, but they can't call me a liar. Hasan, everyone calls you a liar. You are a serial liar.
This is precisely the reason why people find you to be odious. He's targeting Sam Cedar, Adam Mockler, Brian Tyler Cohen, David Pacman. Yeah, his girlfriend called him pro-Israel, which he is. Yeah, he is. I don't know why he's like running away from it. When at the apex of the genocide, he was running all over talking about how pro-Israel he is. That shit's not going to go away. He still is pro-Israel. He hasn't even positioned himself as having like a...
You see what I mean? To Hasan, the single most important issue is Israel. Israel is the single most important issue. Nothing else even comes close. He wants to talk about Israel. He's going to talk about Israel. That's it. That's what he's going to do. Because there is absolutely nothing that matters more to Hasan. It's all Israel all the time. It's the only thing that he can think of. Because Hasan is not American. He's Turkish. He wants to use the American political system and the American legal system in order to advantage the people that he is truly aligned with, and it's not Americans. So here's what I would like to do. I would like to have the government seize all of Hasan's assets, arrest him, denaturalize him, deport him, and get him the fuck out as a terrorist. Classify him as a terrorist, giving material support to terrorists, and get him out.
A restraining order on Hasan considering getting a
so Hasan has been crashing out. He has been so unbelievably desperate to go after Destiny that now he's considering a restraining order. A restraining order, really?
Restraining order on Destiny.
And try to fucking engage.
What is he fucking, what did he just get recruited in the Gryffindor? The fuck is he trying to wear?
They've done it to so many different people. They did it to like Twitch staff.
10 points to Gryffindor. That's really funny. He's just trying to get invited. Listen, we all know Hasan. We all know Hasan would be Slytherin. He would absolutely be Slytherin. There's no question about that. Hasan is a Slytherin. He's a Slytherin.
Staff and Epstein still doesn't fucking understand why after doing this directly to Twitch staff that like Twitch would never want to unban them ever again. actually just mentally ill behavior. And I do think that it is coming to a point where maybe a restraining order is in order.
Should Hasan be able to get a restraining order against Destiny? I think the answer to that is no.
Yeah, of course it's no. Of course it's no. Hasan lies, misrepresents, calls him Epstein. Hasan does worse than Destiny. That's the reality. That is unpalatable as I find Destiny to be. The reality is that Hasan is so much worse. So for him to get a restraining order, that's insane.
I think he might be able to, but I don't think that he should. And
I don't think that he would be able to. I don't.
And I think it's silly that that would even happen.
Yeah.
And the reason why is that fundamentally, unless there's proof of Destiny actually going out of his way to harass or stalk Hasan, then I feel like as a public figure, when another person is just keeping up with the things that you're saying on your stream and then commenting on them and things that you share with the public willingly, I don't really see how this is at all something that you need to get a restraining order from. Right? He's trying to silence him? Yeah, he's trying. Well, what Hasan is trying to do is that he's trying to avoid things that happened, like the thing that happened on Saturday, where he goes to an event, Destiny goes to the event, Destiny isn't let into the event because he's in the event, and he's a more popular person, so he's able to have Destiny removed from the event.
Which is insane, by the way. Because Destiny didn't show up dressed as Mao. Destiny didn't go up there and give this like Hitlerian speech. It's bonkers. I keep saying that, but it's just, you have to understand the dynamic of this. You have this guy that is antithetical to America. You have this guy that's a terrorist supporter. You have this guy that routinely, on a damn near daily basis, reiterates and regurgitates and says all this shit that is just vile. And you have him trying to claim that he's the moral high ground, that he's the one that, I have the position that I can be talking about the future of the Democrat Party. He's got no policy positions. He's wrong about nearly everything he talks about. He's a serial liar. He never, ever tells the truth about people. I don't think that there's anything that you could convince a judge that, oh yeah, I'm in danger from this guy. No.
It makes Hasan look really bad when that happens. It does. It makes him look very, very bad when that happens. And so if he has a restraining order for it, then he can point to that and say, like, well, this person, I have a restraining order against them and they're still harassing me. But fundamentally, I think that, Hasan is part of the, it's not like Destiny's going to his house, right? Destiny's not trying to stalk him in any random place, right? Even if Hasan goes to an IRL stream, it's not like Destiny's trying to go and stream snipe Hasan at every IRL stream, right? I mean, Hasan's done like dozens of IRL streams and Destiny hasn't tried to go to a single one of them. So This is specifically and explicitly. And
yeah, Hasan is just basically, he's afraid. He doesn't want to look like a fool, and that to him is the most important thing. He doesn't want to look like a fool, so he's willing to abuse. He's willing to abuse the legal system to do that. We got Big Buddhist in chat. It said, "Get Hasan and his animal attracted uncle out." I agree with you, brother. I do. I think that is absolutely correct. Get them out of the country.
An event. This is like me saying that I want to get a restraining order against some streamer that I dislike.
It would be like Asmongold saying he was going to get a restraining order against Mizkiff. That is the closest thing I can think of. It would be like if Asmon's like, guys, I'm getting a restraining order against Mizkiff. You'd be like, what? Really? That's weird.
because we're both going to go to BlizzCon or something like that, right? Like, that's insane. Like, this is a public event. Seems like it's very clear that he's just looking for a legal ability to not have to be pressed by Destiny for not being willing to interact with him. And also, by the way, keep in mind that Hasan is literally trying to get a restraining order to avoid accountability for the exact same thing that he complains to and he criticizes me for. Is that he criticizes me constantly that I won't go out and debate and argue with people and go to these events. I have no interest in doing any of this, by the way. I don't like doing it. That's just, I mean, it's always the way it's been, right? But he tries to attack me that way. But meanwhile, at the same time, not only is he not willing to do that with Destiny, but he's trying to maliciously use the justice system to enforce a safe space so he never gets confronted with any ideals that he disagrees with.
True. Yeah. No, he's absolutely right. And is that not insane? Is that not absolutely insane? So, on one hand, you have Destiny, and Destiny says a lot of things I disagree with. I made that abundantly clear. But at the same time, like, you know, if we're being honest here, Destiny does not pose the same threat that somebody like Hasan does. Hasan genuinely is a person that going out there saying, I'm against the American regime. America is a terrorist country. Like, Destiny says things that I disagree with, but the fact is that Hasan, what he is and what he represents is just antithetical to America. It's wild, absolutely wild. But we're going to be continuing on. Yeah, this is going to be a long one. We got a lot to go over. Hasan says he doesn't give an F about Asmongold forming the Cuban drama. So basically, all these clips, it's Hasan coping with reality. He is coping against reality. He just doesn't want to accept it.
Because the right have moved beyond the need for educated hate mongers. They don't want that. They just want someone who's a mouth breather. They want an Asmongold. They want someone who is...
So Asmongold's a mouth breather. Hasan is genuinely one of the most low IQ people I've ever seen in the political space. But he's going to be lecturing but he's going to be lecturing us, right?
Is a dumb guy who openly admits that he's a dumb guy. They want relatability.
Hasan, you are a dumb guy that won't admit you're a dumb guy. But everyone knows you're a dumb guy. Everyone knows you're low IQ. Everyone knows you're wrong about nearly everything that you talk about. Hasan, you're just not honest. That's the difference. That's why people resonate more with Asmongold, is because when he's wrong about something, he'll admit it. You will never admit it. You don't admit it.
They want relatability. They don't have aspirational goals anymore. In a decade ago, they had aspirational goals. Who would they hype up? They would hype up Jordan Peterson. They would hype up Ben Shapiro. They would try to behave in that way where they're like, oh, we're right wingers, but we're also intelligent right wingers, and we're going to destroy you in the marketplace of ideas. They don't have that anymore. They don't want that anymore.
Because it didn't work. It didn't work, Hasan. It didn't work. We beat you in the marketplace of ideas, and you became more violent and more unhinged and more radical, more prone to terrorism. Like, no, we said enough. We said absolutely enough. We're not going to deal with this anymore. We're not going to take this anymore. No. We tried being reasonable. We tried being amicable. Then you tried to crush us. And you said, okay, well, we're going to get you to platform from everywhere. If Elon Musk had not bought X, it would have been absolutely over. It would have been over. So, no. Then we said, enough. You're low IQ. You're repulsive. We're going to crush you. We're going to defeat you utterly and completely. We're going to deport you, whether you want to go or not. We're going to drag you kicking and screaming out of your home. Under the Trump administration, we're going to have you deported. Now, we're not there quite yet, but we're on the verge of that. And you know what? The day that it happens will be a day of celebration. It will be a day of victory. It will be a day where we look at, we look at our country and go, damn, we did something pretty amazing there, didn't we? We did something pretty damn amazing. So, it's only a matter of time, Hasan. It's only a matter of time.
They want Joe Rogan. They want aspirational, or they don't even want aspirational.
Yeah, we want aspirational. That's true. That's why people voted for Trump. People voted for Trump because we want aspirational. We do. We do. We're tired of the slop that the left has been dishing out. We don't just want the left to be, oh, well, we're going to be separate but equal. No, we want to destroy them. We want to crush them entirely. That's it.
Aspirational no longer. It was first intellectual aspirational goals. Then it was material aspirational goals, like, all of the wealth and the women that want to fuck you. This
Hasan, that is like, this is such a projection. It's absolutely insane. It's such an unbelievable projection. It's such an unbelievable fucking projection from this worm, this snake. Hasan, your entire grift, your entire modus operandi is, look how much stuff I have. Look at my luxury watch. Look at my luxury stuff. Look at all this stuff I have that's expensive. Because that is your replacement for actually having a soul and actually having a personality. Son, you are a demon in human form. That's what you are. It's what you represent.
This hyper machismo with Andrew Tate, and now it's relatability. They're looking for someone who is a lumpenprole in the exact same way that they are, who has made it. That's why that is how I describe the rise of the likes of Asmongold.
Asmongold is popular because even though he doesn't know everything, he's willing to at least be honest. He's willing to be honest, and you know what? He is a little bit relatable in some ways. In some ways, he's not. And people call him on that. But the fact is, Hasan, he's so much better than you, like, in every measurable way. He lives the lifestyle that you LARP and pretend that you live.
Bro, Asmold, again, going an hour-long tirade about you pulling up an immigrant with like 10 links to Destiny's Reddit, very coordinated. Who gives a fuck? Let him chirp.
Obviously, you do.
Buddy, I have the federal government after me.
Not enough. Not enough.
You think I give a shit about Asmongold coming?
Yes! Yes, you care about Asmongold so much. In fact, you care more about Asmongold than what he thinks, than what the federal government thinks. You want Asmongold's audience, you want the clout, you want all of that. But you have none of that. Nobody respects you. Nobody takes you seriously. You're a joke. Destiny has more credibility than you at this point. And that drives you insane because no matter how many degrees you flaunt or watches you buy or cars you attain, none of that is making people respect you. Everyone sees you for who and what you are. You started wearing suits and it changed nothing.
Coming after me, who gives a fuck? Who cares about that nasty little freak?
Man, this terrorist supporter, he's so gross. He's so unbelievably gross. It's just insane. He's a nasty little demon.
I got multiple governments coming after me. Asmongold.
You don't have multiple governments coming after you, Hasan. You know what? The Matrix has you, huh?
Should be licking his wounds over this Odyssey take. He farmed outrage on Odyssey so goddamn hard.
Oh, you don't care about that, but no, you care about the Odyssey. The Odyssey was an absolutely shit movie. It was embarrassingly bad. It was embarrassingly bad. It was atrocious. The only people that liked that movie were the goy cattle, consuming the goy slop. It was atrocious. It was one of the worst movies that I've seen probably in the last 10 years. It was like, to say that it's bad, it was like an insult to the word bad. But Hasan is now going to defend the Odyssey just to wrap up that absolute piece of shit image.
Hard, okay? Non-stop he did. Non-stop.
Like, yeah, he was right.
Homer's rolling in his grave. The Odyssey is over after
Yeah.
this. The whole internet rejected this. Hollywood is panicking. $2.5 million.
2.5 million views, not dollars.
Right? And now it's a major hit. And right before it released, when critics were calling it a masterpiece, he said
it's not. No, it's a masterpiece of shit. That's crazy. That is absolutely crazy. Yeah, the Odyssey is not a masterpiece. The Odyssey may be one of the worst movies I've seen in the last 10 years. And it's not because of Lupita Nyong'o by herself. It's not because of Elliot Page by herself. Ellen Page, whatever. No, it's not one thing. It's not one thing. It's the entirety of it. And by the way, Elon Musk said he's willing to put $100 million behind Mel Gibson directing an accurate Odyssey. I would love to see that. What is Mel Gibson going to do? Oh, he did Apocalypto. You remember that? Apocalypto was an incredible movie. Incredible movie. I think that Mel Gibson could do an astonishing job. But here you got Hasan glazing the Odyssey. What a fucking loser.
Said this: I don't think it's a great thing that critics are able to preemptively manufacture a consensus on media like this, especially when this movie has so many hot button social issues tied into it that critics refuse to address. Critics now offer propaganda rather than insight.
He's right.
Bitch, you did that. You're just chirping because you couldn't succeed.
No, he was... No. Because you couldn't succeed. Hasan, he's more successful than you. Hasan, Asmongold has more money than you. Hasan, the girl that is now Asmongold's girlfriend is more attractive than your ex-girlfriend, Valkyrie. Hasan, in every measurable way, Asmongold is superior to you. That must really chap your ass. That must really just make you go crazy. But it's the reality. That must really just drive you nuts. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's absolutely unbelievable. Oh gosh, Hasan. Now he's defending the Odyssey. Now that's the new thing. The new thing is to defend the Odyssey. That's what Hasan is going to do. I didn't think this guy could get any more pathetic, but here we are.
They tried to gamergate the Odyssey.
No, they accurately identified that there are things that are wrong, and then we saw the movie, and it was even worse. It was embarrassing. It was terrible.
Gamergate Christopher Nolan. You can't
Oh my God.
fucking Gamergate Christopher Nolan.
Why? You can't criticize him? What do you mean Gamergate him? You greasy, retarded, inbred, illiterate piece of garbage? What do you mean? You can't criticize it? What a preposterously stupid thing to say.
He's obviously one of the most famous directors.
Who cares if he's famous? If the work is shit, Hasan, that's all that matters. And the work was shit. The work was bad. It was embarrassing. It was disgraceful. Like, what the fuck are we doing? Genuinely. What the fuck are we doing? Like, that's your take? Oh, guys, let me do an appeal to authority. Christopher Nolan is too big to criticize. By the way, the movie is not doing that well considering how much it costs to make. So you may want to sit there and be like, well, you know, Christopher Nolan's too big to criticize. No, the movie is shit. Hasan, I guarantee that even if you did see it, you're too stupid to understand. You're too stupid to get how bad it is. Probably because you can't read. You've never read the Odyssey. You've never read the Iliad. Like, it's crazy to me. It's genuinely crazy to me. Man. This guy he's such a worm.
Of our generation. Why, like, it's so stupid. You said dollars instead of views? Oh, my bad.
Yeah. Just more mistakes from Hasan. Yeah, Apocalypto was amazing. So many chats like, yeah, Apocalypto. Yeah, it's amazing. Mel Gibson could have done a better job.
Yeah. It's kind of funny that they did this. So yeah, he should worry about that stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of funny they did this. Yeah. Yeah, it's so funny they did this. Hasan, you are such an unbelievably ridiculous piece of garbage. Now you're mad at Asmongold because, well, let's see. He criticized a movie that you probably haven't seen yet. But he criticized a movie that you think is uncriticizable, not because you think the movie is good or accurate, but because Christopher Nolan is too big a director and you can't criticize him. Man.
True, but what you need to do, and then I've been doing this more on my Twitter, and then I've had a few excellent clippers that are doing this, is you just have to show the counterexamples on all of his stuff. It's just genius. His audience will never watch this stream, so he can just say whatever the fuck he wants as if it's fact. True, but what you need to do, and then I've been doing this more on my Twitter, and then I've had a few excellent clippers that are doing this, is you just have to show the counterexamples on all of his stuff. You also have to drop, and I permaban these as well. The weak fucking retards out there that are like, oh, I never say that I watch Destiny in public, oh, blah, blah, blah. Just permaban and move on. If you see him, report him, and then I'll permaban him and move on. Because, like, you'll have people literally, like, this guy could rape his dog on stream with an electric fucking dildo, and his fans will go out there, and they will fucking, oh, actually, his dogs actually love that. Like, this guy probably killed his last fucking dog, unironically. Like, how much abuse did we see between the fucking tail yanking, between the scars on his fucking neck from the collar and everything else, and, like, somehow, what, was like a 5-year-old dog just randomly dies. We don't fucking hear any reason or anything why about it. It was probably from abuse. I think it is. I think it probably is from abuse. Post the death certificate. Where's the autopsy? Where's the fish autopsy? And I'm personally impacted because I love playing with that dog, okay, in real life. I loved fish.
Damn.
And Hasan killed him.
I'm an idealist, a radical, a terrorist. But the one thing that they don't call me is a liar.
I think that might be the thing that people call you literally the most.
That's true. That's what they call him.
What? Oh, it's because somebody else wrote the speech for him. Oh my god. Let me get a Red Bull. Fuck. I need some opium too. I need some drugs.
Oh, that's so embarrassing.
The one thing they don't call me is a liar. Because they know I'm right. I am radical. Radical Medicare for all. Oh my god.
You only chirp whenever we're talking about sex destiny.
Chirp,
for some weird reason. You LARP as though you're a long-term fan. It's an entire cult dedicated to... It's a cult specifically dedicated to cyber stalking. And
oh, like Hasan's cult. When they can't even acknowledge the fact that he was torturing his fucking dog to keep her locked in place on stream all day so that they could get more children to send him fucking snaps of their tits for him to show off to his fucking colleagues. That
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty bad. I mean, like, Destiny, I don't think is the most reliable source, but Destiny, he gets a lot of information from a lot of different people. That's, yeah, that's crazy. I mean, Hasan has admitted that he has like a laptop dedicated to gooning. That's not good.
Kind of obsessive cultish behavior. Fucking loser.
And mass harassment operations.
Like, what?
They dox, they serially harass everyone they can. They love using slurs all the time, too. It's a relatively unsafe place, or rather, there's a lot of edgy commentary that goes on. There's also a huge overlap with right-wing subreddits. I think some of them are just straight up openly right-wing now, too. That's why I don't think they'll ever stop. People can wake up and outgrow their space, but there's already a steady influx of new stalkers coming in from 4chan and Kick. Most of their new members probably don't even know why.
From my steady membership coming in from 4chan? What the fuck? It's just like
I wish.
It's just like a crazy amount. Like, it's exhausting. The lies, like every single thing. I think every single thing he said basically over the past like 2 minutes has been like a totally fucking fabricated out of nowhere lie.
Yeah, that's what he does. That's all he does. And he absolutely will not stop. He will continue lying, continue fabricating, continue doubling down. Like, that's all he does. That's what he does. That's his on. So, yeah. Here we got a got a clip from Hasan. Hasan is coming out and he's framing a 9/12 newspaper showing the Twin Towers in flames.
Also, you might have noticed some changes behind me. I finally framed the Cutie Cinderella newspaper from 9/11, the morning of 9/12, the newspaper right there. The newspaper that covered 9/11.
What a piece of shit.
It's now officially sitting behind me.
What an
and I
evil
moved
scumbag.
the North Korean poster up in place of the fan art. We're going to find a new place to put all the fan art. Don't you worry. Okay. But in any case, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, that's a PSA 10, by the way. That 9/11 poster, or not, the 9/11 news article is a PSA 10.
What a subhuman piece of shit. All right, we'll cover this in another video. Destiny nicknames Hasan the political DSP.
There's a level of authoritarianism that you're actually comfortable with.
Oh,
okay, yeah, maybe we'll do that in another video. But guys, we're just done with Hasan. He's a terrorist supporter. He needs to be out of the country. I think pretty much everyone can agree on that. Hasan needs to be gone. Anyway, yeah, that's going to do it for this video. I want to thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time. Okay. This is unsafe. They use slurs. Say the one with the death. Yeah. No, you're not wrong, Jenny. You're not wrong. USA still hasn't removed them. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know what the Trump administration is waiting for. Let's see. Stars in Let's see, what do we call that, huh? It's, Destiny Saga is going on. Is he? Okay. Yeah, I can rename that if I want. Come up with a different name. Okay. Has my shoulder finally healed? Yes, my shoulder's been good. How's your week been going? Doing fine? Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm doing pretty good. Let's see. Can anyone name one decent Turk? I can't, but I don't know many Turks. But I see no heresy. Yeah. All right, guys. All right, now it's time for the oranges. Now it's time for the oranges. Now
Thank you, Secretary Kennedy.
Now we get to the main event. Let me see here. Okay. Give me 1 second to find this image. Oranges. Okay. Thumbnails. Please just give me one good Turk. Or I might have to admit I'm right. I don't know. I can't think of a I can't think of a I can't think of one. Okay. Let's see. Is that the wrong? Did I do the wrong source? Give me 1 second. I want to be able to pull up this image. It's the wrong. Do image. Do that. Okay. They're trying to convert me to the Church of Latter-day Saints. There you go. Perfect. Brothers, for quite some time, people have been asking, what are the oranges for? And to give you a little bit of context for this video, for those of you that may not be familiar with this meme, well, the quartering was stealing other people's shorts, and one of the shorts had to do with oranges. So the quartering said, what are the oranges for? And that really sparked this entire thing. It's a bit of a meme, but it's a hilarious one. And so now we're going to be taking a look at a story that I think really needs to be seen to be believed, which is, guys, this is a big day for the oranges. Not only are we learning what are the oranges for, we're learning where the oranges are going and where they're coming from. So, if you're interested in the oranges, this is the video for you. So, I'll let HHS Secretary RFK Jr. and his team take it away.
Services, the Honorable Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Mr. Secretary, thank you.
Thank you, Josh, for that introduction, and thank you to Senator Ashley Moody, who's played a key role in this effort, Representative Laurel Lee, Representative Kat Kamek.
Oh my gosh. All right, listen. You can't really see it because the screen's too big, but I just want to show you something, all right? Over here. I mean, they look like I don't know, like a before, like an after and before for a product. Okay, we're gonna okay. All right. Perfect. Right.
For your leadership and for standing with us today, both of you. I also want to recognize Representative Scott Franklin. Although he couldn't be here today, he played another key role of leadership in this initiative, and his wife Amy is here to represent him. I'm also grateful to Florida Commissioner of Agriculture Weldon Simpson, Shannon Shepp, the Executive Director of the Florida Department of Citrus, for joining us today. And I want to recognize...
That's right, guys. The Florida Department of Citrus. Very prestigious.
As the Florida Farm Bureau, the Florida Citrus Processors Association,
right?
The Florida Citrus Mutual for their partnership and their unwavering support of the Florida growers.
This is a big deal.
I also want to point out that I pointed out earlier that I have a very strong connection to the orange industry. My wife was the...
So does the quartering. He's got a big connection to the orange industry. Guys, aren't you glad that we're finally learning what the oranges are for? And now we're going to get even better oranges.
Orange Blossom Queen of the Tallahassee Day Parade. And she grew up on an orange grove in Frostproof, Florida. So I'm especially excited about today's announcements. I want to thank also my friend and colleague, the Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins, who I was with in Tampa yesterday. She couldn't be here today because of a prior obligation in Texas. But she played a key role in bringing this to the attention of President Trump at the request of Senator Ashley Moody. And President Trump said, let's get this done. And we have gotten it done. Finally, my thanks to Acting FDA Commissioner Kyle Diamantes, who made this happen. And I want to thank him for his leadership on this and many, many other issues. American farmers, the American citrus industry have no better friend than President Trump. President Trump wants Americans eating American food and drinking beverages grown from American-made fruit. He wants strong supply chains that protect U.S. agriculture, and he wants American businesses to succeed against foreign companies. That's why today I'm announcing FDA's final rule for modernizing the outdated standard of identity for pasteurized orange juice. This rule, delivers a decisive victory for American farmers. It protects our domestic supply chains and advances President Trump's America First agenda. For more than 80 years, or 60 years, federal regulations have required pasteurized orange juice sold in the United States to contain at least 10.5 degrees Brix, which is a measurement of dissolved sucrose. But hurricanes, citrus greening disease, and other extraordinary events have devastated Florida's historic citrus groves, naturally reducing the sugar content of many Florida oranges. Even though Florida growers continue to produce high-quality fruit, orange juice companies have had to import higher sugar content oranges, mainly from Brazil, but other foreign countries, in order to satisfy these outdated requirements. The regulations hurt our economy, drove up costs, they cost American jobs, and unnecessarily force higher sugar levels in orange juice, which is something that we don't want. That outdated regulation is something that the Trump administration wants to cut, along with its other efforts to cut red tape by lowering the minimum BRICS levels from 10.5 degrees to 10 degrees. This long overdue reform will reduce our dependence on foreign imports, unleash American agriculture, and save the industry more than $60 million every year. It strengthens American supply chains and levels the playing field for American citrus growers and maintains the safety and quality and taste of this American product. That is the American First policy in action, guided by gold standard science. That's how we grow our economy. That's how we support our farmers and U.S. businesses. And that's how we give Americans access to real food that they can trust as we make America healthy again. Please join me in welcoming my colleague and friend, Acting FDA Commissioner Kyle Diamantes.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a real honor to be back in my home state of Florida, standing alongside so many dedicated champions for American agriculture. I want to give a special thanks to Secretary Kennedy, Senator Moody, Congresswoman Lee, Congresswoman Kamek, and all of our incredible local citrus growers and industry leaders who have joined us here today, including Wilton Simpson. I also want to give a shout out to USDA Secretary Rollins. Again, as Secretary Kennedy mentioned, she could not join us today, but played a very pivotal role in supporting today's initiative. As a native Floridian, being here today is personal for me. Growing up in this great state, I've seen firsthand how vital the citrus industry is to our communities, our culture, and our economy. Florida's citrus industry drives nearly $7 billion in annual economic impact and employs more than 30,000 hardworking Americans. But that number is a fraction of what it once was. For too long, our local growers have faced an uphill battle through no fault of their own. Between the devastating toll of citrus greening disease and the compounding wreckage left behind by hurricanes, the agricultural reality on the ground has fundamentally shifted. Over time, challenges have naturally lowered the BRICS level of our great Florida oranges. Yet, as Secretary Kennedy mentioned, for over 60 years, our federal regulations have failed to evolve to account for this reality. The FDA's outdated orange juice standard of identity, think of a standard of identity as a recipe outlining what a product must contain, hasn't been modernized since 1963. And until today, at 8:45 this morning, required a minimum BRICS level that became increasingly impossible for domestic growers to meet through no fault of their own. This rigid, obsolete rule did nothing to protect consumers, and it severely harmed domestic production, particularly right here in Florida. It effectively forced manufacturers to turn away from the Sunshine State and rely on foreign imported oranges just to meet an arbitrary federal number. In fact, foreign imports climbed to nearly 90% of the market share as a result of FDA's inaction. Today, under the leadership of President Trump and Secretary Kennedy, and through the support of this congressional delegation, FDA is proud to fix that inequity. As part of our aggressive deregulatory agenda, we are cutting the red tape that holds American workers back. As Secretary Kennedy announced a few minutes ago, we've officially updated this morning the standard of identity to lower the minimum BRICS requirement to allow more Florida oranges to be used for orange juice right here. Earlier we were talking, and Matt Joyner referenced that this was the only commodity where you could pull an orange off of a tree, squeeze it into a cup, and couldn't call it orange juice.
That's okay. Listen, that is crazy. You could take an orange, you could squeeze it into. It says, "Is it me or does he sound worse than usual?" I actually think he sounds better. So that's crazy. You could take an orange, squeeze it into a glass. It's not orange juice. They're changing the rules. Guys, they're changing the rules. The orange juice game, it's never going to be the same. We are learning what the oranges are for. We're learning what the oranges are going to be put to use for. And guys, it is one heck of a citrus revelation. I can only imagine what the quartering is going to do with this information.
That has now changed for good here in the state of Florida. So this common sense shift matches today's agricultural realities on the ground. It saves juice manufacturers tens of millions of dollars a year and guarantees that the taste and quality consumers love remains unchanged. And most importantly, this action actively supports, protects, and creates American jobs, including right here in Central Florida. I want to again thank Secretary Kennedy for his tremendous leadership on this issue, as well as the entire Florida delegation. And with that, I'll turn it over to my friend, Senator Ashley Moody.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And fellow Floridians.
Fellow Floridians.
This is a great day for the state of Florida and for the Florida Orange. And just to
It's a great day for the Florida Orange. It's a great day. A magnificent day. The Florida Orange has never been more happy. So yeah, we're learning what the oranges are for.
put this in perspective, the Florida Orange, which is on every Florida license tag driving around the state, over the past 2 decades, the production of the Florida Orange has gone down 90 to 95%.
Wow.
And what that means is, while our growers might have stood a chance with this crazy, nonsensical, outdated regulation before greening or before freezes, while you're trying to survive throughout that, you certainly can't have kudzu of overburdening regulations snuff out the very remaining life that you have.
Mm-hmm.
And when Governor DeSantis appointed me to the Senate seat, I said, I'm going to go to Washington and fight for this state and fight for our industries and fight for our families and take a machete to the administrative bureaucracy
totally.
that is actually working against the prosperity of our families. And this is one of the best examples I could find. The growers came to meet with me within the first month, and they said, we've been trying to get somebody to pay attention to this regulation that makes absolutely no sense, that makes us have to import Brazilian oranges to make Florida orange juice. And we can't get anybody to change this. Will you file the bill? I'm like, absolutely. I'll be the lead sponsor in the Senate. Scott Franklin was the lead in the House. We have these awesome ladies leading the charge.
Uh-huh.
And then I said, this is a bureaucratic problem. I'll fight for this bill. Fine, we can pass a law, but all we need is for this agency to start thinking about Americans first. America growers first. What a novel concept as a country to think of your citizens and your industries first. And when I explained this to the president, it took him 10 seconds to get it and say, we've got to change this rule.
We got to change it. We can't have the oranges, in inoptimal climate and conditions. Oh man. Yeah, we are learning in real time what the oranges are for.
Democrats are so bonkers when they get Swiss cheese brain from brain worms or screw up they become a regular person again.
Thank you, Heinrich, for the donation. I appreciate it, my friend. As always, I do agree with your take. Yeah, Democrats are crazy. Yeah, they get Swiss cheese brain. True, brother, true. The Swiss cheese brain. Oh man. I thank you, my friend, for your support. I appreciate it. I always appreciate the donations, guys. It means a lot. Anyway, let's get back to the oranges. You can't use the term Democrats. Oh, interesting. Interesting indeed. Look at that face. Look at the face on the chicks, and this guy behind them. This guy behind him is like staring. He's like, I'd rather be anywhere else.
So grateful to Secretary Kennedy and to Secretary Brooke Rollins, who didn't just sit there and listen and shake their heads and say, we get it. They didn't just start complaining with everybody else and lamenting the state that we found ourselves.
Okay, we're gonna jump ahead. Okay, I sorry, lady, I can't stand you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Laurel Lee, and I am proud to represent Florida's 15th Congressional District, which is where we are here gathered today. I want to begin by thanking Secretary Kennedy for traveling to Florida and for his leadership on this important.
Okay, we're gonna jump ahead. Oh, she's a biggin.
Pat Kamak.
Here you go, guys.
Well, good afternoon.
I listen. I'll give her this. This woman is more fit than the quartering.
It is such a pleasure to stand here with, and to be candid, titans that have moved mountains. And it may seem like a small thing, but to the family farm that has been operating here in the Sunshine State generation after generation.
Oh my
and they're
gosh.
having conversations around
My
their
chat
kitchen
is
table
diabolical.
of whether or not they're going to start selling off pieces of the family operation to make it a housing development, which us as Floridians, we are all too aware of, with more than 1,000 people a day moving here.
Mm-hmm.
This is massive. This is a mountain, and it is a big difference to those families and all Americans who rely on Florida to feed them. Because the fact remains that every winter, Florida farmers and ranchers feed 193 million Americans. And it is absolutely ludicrous that in the face of a wild government, out of control regulatory regime, input costs through the roof.
So that was the moment where she was like, she knew she fucked up because she worded it badly to make it seem like she was talking about Trump. So she's gonna have to try to wheel her way back. Oh, the Biden administration. That's the better. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I got it. Understood.
A number of challenges outside of our control that we couldn't make this fix happen. But it was through the grit and determination of the people standing behind me, an administration that had vision and people at the top of their mind that made this a reality. So I want to commend Secretary Kennedy and Acting Commissioner Diamantis, as well as President Trump and Secretary of Agriculture Brooke Rollins for their not just leadership, but their vision. They really do believe in healthy, fresh, and affordable food. This is one.
Guys, the oranges are going to be fresher. They're going to be better. They're going to be more high quality. We're going to have the best quality oranges. Even the quartering's going to be like, wow. Now what are the oranges really for? That's right, guys. We're going to have oranges. They're going to be better. They're going to be so good. You're going to be able to pick them from the tree and be like, wow, this is a real Florida orange.
One more.
Aren't you glad? Aren't you glad I'm president? Yeah. They'll say Donald Trump, he's the orange president. No, listen, no one's been more orange, supporting oranges more than me. I support the orange. The orange, it's delicious. It's a fruit. It's got a hard shell, but it's soft on the inside.
Step that they have taken in the line of many that really does execute on the MAHA agenda. And so I couldn't be more proud to stand here as the lone representative for Florida on House Agriculture. For years, we have worked to support the citrus industry.
Oh man, I'm glad that wasn't a text-to-speech donation. Thank you for the donation, my friend. We got Heinrich saying she should try eating an orange once in a while. Oh, brother.
Working with these individuals behind me to not only find ways that we can address citrus greening through research and development through the greatest university that the world has ever seen, the University of Florida. Go Gators. Yeah. No matter where you go, there's always a Gator in the room, and y'all know that. Gator Nation is strong, baby. But through the R&D that we have worked to secure and keep going as we work to try to find cures for citrus greening, which here recently there was an announcement through the EPA that new rootstock would be available in order to treat this disease. This is the thing that we have needed to do. Stop importing Brazilian citrus. Put Florida farmers first. This is an outdated regulation that served no purpose. And so it is incredibly encouraging to see just another regulation taken off the books that some unelected, nameless, faceless swamp creature up in Washington really had no clue the impact that it was having. I would also like to highlight that in this farm bill that was passed by the House of Representatives earlier this year, Florida, well, we made out like bandits. And it says volumes of the team that is standing here today who recognizes the importance of Florida when we talk about our food supply, which, as we all know, is national security. This may seem like a small thing, but it is a big thing, not just to the families who produce our citrus, but to the people who consume all around, not just the nation, but the globe. And I want to again thank the incredible Trump administration for their vision, their grit, their work ethic, but all of my amazing partners, from Jeb, being the president of Florida Farm Bureau, my colleagues, Florida Citrus Mutual. Wilton, you've been a titan for Florida agriculture, and I am just so honored and blessed to stand here. You can't imagine the fights that we have had in committee over this and explaining it to people, and even those that want to be opposed to it, they're like, well, yeah, that really doesn't make much sense. So,
well, yeah, they'll find a way. Donald Trump is orange, and so are the oranges. We're against the oranges. Boycott the oranges.
Today is a win for so many. Citrus, Florida, farmers, and, well, common sense. So I'd be remiss if I didn't say, welcome to the Sunshine State. Go Gators. And it is my pleasure to introduce our Commissioner of Agriculture, Wilton Simpson.
Good afternoon. I'll be brief. I want to thank Secretary Kennedy, President Trump. You know, in Florida, we have worked very, very hard to bring common sense solutions to agriculture and
to the oranges,
especially in the last few years. And we've got many tools in our toolbox.
Matt Joyner, the Executive Vice President and CEO.
Look at that. He's wearing an orange pin. He's wearing an orange pin. Look at that. He's wearing an orange pin. Can you believe that? That's crazy. Man. Let's take a look. Let's get back.
Mutual. It's a pleasure to be with y'all today. We are the state's largest trade organization dedicated to the well-being of the Florida citrus grower and also to sustaining Florida's iconic citrus industry. Secretary Kennedy, Acting Commissioner Diamantis, it's an honor to welcome you to Florida. We appreciate you being here. Thank you.
I appreciate it, Curd Cutter, over on Kick. I appreciate it. This guy's got an orange pin.
Support and commitment to Florida agriculture. You know, I want to begin by thanking Secretary Kennedy and Acting Commissioner Diamantis, Senator Ashley Moody, Congresswoman Kat Kammack, Congresswoman Laurel Lee, and Congressman Scott Franklin, as well as the Trump administration for recognizing an issue that Florida citrus growers have been raising for years and moving to address it with urgency needed. For too long, outdated regulations, which you've already heard this afternoon, have failed to reflect the realities facing Florida citrus. Citrus greening has changed our industries in ways no one could ever have imagined when many of these standards were written decades ago. Updating the minimum brick standard is about modernizing regulations so they reflect today's science and today's growing conditions. This common sense change allows processors to rely more heavily on Florida-grown oranges instead of being forced to blend with imported juice simply to...
Oh, you heard that! They gotta bring in imported Jews! Why are we importing Jews? Why can't we make our own orange juice? We need our Jews here. We need Florida Jews. We don't need to be importing our Jews from other places. We need. Yeah, we don't need to be importing.
Satisfy an outdated regulatory requirement. That's good for our growers. That's good for our processors. That's good for American agriculture. And that is good for our consumers who want to support Florida citrus and partake of an iconic, delicious beverage derived under the Florida sun. Secretary Kennedy has challenged our country to make America healthy again. Florida Farm Bureau shares the belief that healthy Americans begin with a strong American agricultural system. That means ensuring families have access to fresh, wholesome, nutritious foods grown by hardworking American farmers. Supporting domestic citrus production is an important part of that mission. And today's announcement demonstrates that supporting agriculture and promoting healthier choices can go hand in hand. I especially want to recognize Senator Ashley Moody. Since having arrived in the Senate, she has made this issue a priority, understanding.
Mics ready. Conrad in the back will be handing around mics, and I will call on you. Make sure that when you have your hand up and you're called on, that you say your full name, outlet, and that your question is related.
All right, now we get questions.
One moment, sorry.
He's in the way of the camera. Dude, could you, excuse me, could you move?
Try one more time.
Oh God, now zooming on the guy's bald head. Look at that, look at Baldy.
Can you hear me? Testing.
This is like a Nextel commercial.
Oh man.
I'm dating myself now. Exactly. Can you hear me now?
FTA rules, so which I have two questions. You've mentioned the congressional bill and also FTA rules, so which is it that is resulting in this change? And then also, considering how much urgency there seems to be on this, why did the Trump administration not do this in his first term?
I can take the legal part of the question, although I think I'm not the only lawyer standing up here. So the way regulations work is those are generally passed. They're proposed, there's opportunity for notice and comment from people, and then there's a final rule. So what we're talking about today is the final rule announcement in which they're shifting the standard, the BRIC standard, from 10.5 to 10, and that just lowers the sugar content requirement to be identified as orange juice for orange juice production. It's a very slight change, no difference in taste or nutrition, but it certainly helps in us allowing us to use Florida oranges.
So no difference in taste or nutrition. Interesting. So all the rhetoric about health and it's not going to be any healthier. It's not going to taste any different, but it lets us use more. Well, I guess, you know what? That's a good thing. It's a good thing. We want more. We want more Jews from. We want the Jews to be from Florida. We don't want the Jews to be imported from other places.
So the proposed bill that Scott Franklin led in the House and I led in the Senate would have mandated that regulation change, but it didn't take.
By the way, mandate is not a term for two men going on a date.
Take me too long to figure out as a senator that the agency can do that because they're the ones that promulgated the rule in the first place. So I think this rule has been in place for a very, very, very long time, decades, I think the 60s or 70s. I don't know why it wasn't changed previously, but I can tell you there were a lot of us that were speaking out about it in the last year since the Secretary Kennedy took over. And as soon as we explained that it made no sense in terms of nutrition or taste, and that the agency could do something without any law change. They leapt into action, did a proposed rule, allowed for notice and comment, and then today's announcement, which is truly why it's a big announcement, is the final rule being put in place, officially lowering that from 10.5 to 10.
Okay.
In answer to your second question, it'll probably surprise you, but there are a lot of irrational and crazy regulations in our government. We're working on getting rid of them
Oh, yeah, he does sound kind of rough today.
as quickly as possible. President Trump was unaware of this regulation. The petition, first of all, the hurricanes really, and the freezing temperatures which happened between 2017 2024 really aggravated this issue.
Right.
And the citrus growers did not petition until the last administration, to the Biden administration. And President Trump was unaware of this issue until Senator Moody brought it to his attention. Brooke Rollins was in that meeting. President Trump said, I want to fix this. They called me, and we put FDA to work fixing it as quickly as.
Yeah, basically, this could have been answered in 2 seconds. Well, due to a series of factors that have arisen since Trump left office, it has exacerbated the problem to the point now where we actually need to do something about it. And Donald Trump was willing to move on this at lightning speed when we brought it to his attention. This wasn't something that we were dealing with back in his first term. The question itself is, the guy from the media is obviously a rat. Obviously a rata. But, yeah, I wanted to do like an anti-Trump question, but there are better ways and more concise ways to answer.
We could.
Hi, Marilyn Parker, News Channel 8 in Tampa, Florida. First of all, I want to ask, how will you know when this is working for our farmers and seeing the actual production rates? Also, it seems, going from 10.5 to 10, for those who don't have any clue about bricks and sugar content and all this type of stuff, it sounds very, very small. And so can you expound on, give me an example of what that would actually look like, and if there will be any impacts that you're considering, especially when it comes to cyclospora and screwworms impacting the citrus industry at all? Have we thought about those things and those impacts? Can we get into that as well? Thank you.
I'll start with the last first. Screwworm, cyclospore is not an issue for the Florida citrus industry.
So wait a minute. So you're from Florida? You're like, who gave you those talking points? What?
Thank goodness. We have plenty of issues of our own. In terms of when this will impact the grower, it will be immediate because we'll be able to bring more fruit to the processors, irrespective of an arbitrary sugar content that's been dictated by a federal regulation that's been in place since the 60s. So that impact is going to be immediate, and it will help the growers this upcoming season. So we're very excited.
So I'm not really familiar. I don't really know all the details about, I'm not really familiar with the details about oranges, but there needs to be a certain sugar level for the oranges to be qualified as orange juice oranges. And if they're not, then they're not deemed acceptable. And that's, you're lowering the required sugar level that the orange needs to be at. Is that what we're talking about here? Not as much sugar in the orange juice? All right, you know what? That's fine. That's okay. You know what? At least now we know where the oranges are coming from. They're going to be coming more from Florida.
About it.
He didn't really answer the question.
Louis Lovia with the Business Observer. Can you quantify what the change will be? I mean, how many more boxes are we talking about? And when you say immediate, how immediate is immediate?
How immediate is immediate? Guys, I'm going to ring the bell. how immediate is immediate? Hey, how quickly are you going to do that? I'm going to do that immediately. Well, how immediate is immediate? Well, it's not intermediate. It's immediate, which means immediately, which means the regulation is lowering, which means that right now there are probably trucks full of oranges heading to the facility that are going to be able to be used that otherwise wouldn't be able to be used. What do you mean how immediate is immediate? Listen, our media class is retarded, okay? Our media class is absolutely retarded. There are some questions that I think are legitimate, like, what does it mean for, for the producers, and what does it mean for the farmers to have this reduction? Because to a normal person, 10.5 to just 10, it doesn't really seem like that big of a difference. What does that actually mean in terms of like volume? How much more is this going to represent? Like, there are legitimate questions, but these are just, they seem like weird gotcha questions.
I don't know that I can quantify the number of boxes we're going to produce next season, much less how this will impact us. But I can tell you that based on the average bricks for the season, we will be able to take everything we have to the processing plants, and this should provide the ability to do that. And so we're very optimistic about that.
So basically, they have these regulations where they weren't able to take all their oranges. Now with the new regulation, they do think they're going to be able to take all their oranges. That's good. That's good. That's good news. Now we know really what the oranges are for. And now, guys, we're going to be able to, the quartering is going to be able to fill his swimming pool with the oranges. And that's going to be, that's going to be content. It's going to be good. We find out what the oranges are for. The oranges are now for orange juice. That's it. The oranges are now for orange juice. So now we learn a little bit more about the oranges. I hope this was as educational for you guys as it was for me. But yeah, it's the answer to an age-old question. So I think we're going to wrap things up there for this video. I want to thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you next time. Is this the breaking news of the day, oranges? Oh, you know it. Oh, you can't underestimate the oranges. The oranges are all powerful. We love the oranges. It says already by the show's not over. No, I was kidding. It's not. No, I was just kidding. It's not. Let's see. Okay. All right, let me finish that. It's done. All right. See, does TT like the anime bubblegum cry? Is it over? Is it like some kind of annoying orange? It says, is it over? You've been here long enough to know it's not over. Does CT like the anime OVA Bubblegum Crisis? Is it me, or does that American flag have 13 stars? No, it doesn't just have 13 stars. Which American flag? Oh, Are you talking about the one right here? It's not an actual American flag. It's a representation of American flag. You may also notice that there's not 13 stripes. You know. Oh boy, everyone's a critic, but we accept. We accept. All right. Okay. All right. Oh god, chain smoking cat. Listen here. I have not seen that, but the clips of that look absolutely disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Gross. It looks gross. We don't want to talk about it. That's nasty. Okay. So, I think what I'm going to do next. I think I'm going to do a rant or just, a conversation about the new Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time remake. Because I've seen some content about that's pissed me off. It's not that it pisses me off. It's just I look at that and I go, I think that a lot of people within the Zelda fan community they're not grateful of just how good they have it. They really, really just do not understand how good they have it. As Doyle says, I'm in the waiting room. Okay, well, keep waiting. We will, maybe I'll pull you up on stream. Maybe. I don't know. I was told I have to charge $1,000. I was told I have to charge $1,000 per person, but I never thought that was a good idea. Let's see. Oh man. All right, let's see if this works. I want to see if this actually works, if I can do this. Does it keep having issues? Does it actually have issues, or it keeps stuttering? No, I don't know. Okay, let me... How the hell do I mess with the... How do I mess with the... How do I mess with the sound? How do I mess with... You should be... Would be Templar would be Bleach that CCP spy? What? No comprende, amigo. Okay. Okay. So you can't turn off the music? You can't turn off the music? What? I want to turn off the music. I was climbing a mountain and I found Ocarina of Time. That's when I knew it was peak. That's so stupid. Okay. Okay. How the hell do I press? Okay. Oh, thank goodness. There we go. No, I just want to, I don't want to turn it off. I want to turn it down. I need to go on a rant. I need to talk about this. I can't have the... Okay, let me... Okay. There we go. All right. Got it. Okay. So here we go. All right, brothers, indulge me while I play some Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. And there's a lot that I want to say about the Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time and the response from gamers to the potential reborn remake. Here's the thing, okay? I'm just going to express my frustration just a little bit. Nintendo is giving the Legend of Zelda fans what they've been asking for. I mean, a long time people have been asking for a complete, like, remake, rebirth. But I actually don't think that Zelda fans know what they want. Ocarina of Time, I think, has a very special place in people's hearts. It's, one of the first games that they played. And I really don't think you're going to be able to do a one-for-one remake, like with updated graphics and the way that people are going to want. But unfortunately, I do think that is what people are going to get, and they're going to not be happy with that. Now, the reason why I'm even doing this video, actually, no, that's not what I want to. Give me a do-over. I'll do one do-over. Brothers, ever since the news of the Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time Rebirth, Remake, Reborn, whatever it's called, there has been a level of discontent within the Zelda fan community, because there's always a level of discontent within the Zelda fan community. They're always unhappy. And the thing that's so fascinating to me is the Zelda fan community has it so much better than other people. Other fandoms. Look at F-Zero, look at all of these communities that never get a game, never get a remake. And here you've got another Zelda, Ocarina of Time that's coming out, and all people can talk about is the negative aspects of it. Now, I understand articulating the things that you potentially want to see. I think that's great. That's great content. But they're so negative. They are. And the thing is, my issue with the Zelda fan community, from my perspective, Nintendo has never put out a bad Zelda game. There are some people that want to say that they think that, like, Twilight Princess is bad, or they want to say that Breath of the Wild isn't as good as it could have been, or you even have people saying that Tears of the Kingdom is bad, which is just retarded, because Tears of the Kingdom was basically Nintendo saying, okay, we heard everything you said about Breath of the Wild, and we are going to make those corrections. And a lot of the Zelda community said, no, we don't like this. Yes, you did everything that we asked you to do, but we still don't like this. It's crazy. What this game is likely going to be, the Ocarina of Time remake, what it's likely going to be is a game that takes the elements and the themes from Ocarina of Time and remakes it with a new feel, a new art style. There are going to be things that are familiar, but things that look very, very different. But I think that no matter what they do, they're going to get a whole bunch of negativity publicly, but I think that people are going to enjoy it because that's what Zelda fans do. That's what they do. They complain about stuff while getting the absolute best. And they go, well, it could have been so much better. And true. True. But other communities don't get anything. It's sort of like, you know, from my perspective, I see all the videos. I know there is an industry on YouTube of making content, both from the perspective of people that like the game and don't like the game. That there is a market. People want to hear, like, what is the Ocarina of Time rebirth or remake going to be? Well, nobody really knows anything at this point. But they're going to speculate. They're going to say, well, you know, I think it's this. I think it's this. Where I'm at, the fact that we're getting this game at all makes me incredibly excited. It makes me incredibly happy. I can't even begin to tell you. It's such a joy to be able to see this game be made with graphics that are up to date, or at least switch to graphics. But already you have people complaining. You have people that are saying, oh, well, if it's only $60, well, then that means it's going to be a bad game. Like, that's what I'm talking about. It just, I'm frustrated. Because Nintendo is giving you what you want, but it's not enough of what you want. So people are complaining. Okay? And I know, this isn't going to necessarily ingratiate me to the Zelda fan community, but here's the deal. This game, being remade, even as it is with updated graphics, I think would be worth $60, $70. I think it'd be worth the price of admission. And you're going to pay it anyway. Because the game is worth it. To re-experience everything for the first time. That's what it is. It's re-experiencing everything for the first time. Let me take care of this guy. Excuse me. What the? Oh, come on. You little shit. Little shit. All right. So I had some thoughts on this. I've seen a lot of videos about the Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time remake, and it makes me disappointed. I understand that there's an industry and there's, a media apparatus machine where you have people that basically have a channel, basically have a career because of this game. And, they sort of go, well, if the Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time is this or this, then the game's going to be bad, or just no. I think the game is going to be good. I think that you're going to enjoy it. And I think that, honestly, you should allow them to do what they've done for years, which is to make good games. Now, it isn't to say that you can't criticize it, but I just see this overwhelming negativity that, if the game is $50, then it's going to be bad. If the game is $60, it's going to be bad. It's like, let them deliver the game. And whatever you get, it's going to be better than what you have right now, which is, for the Legend of Zelda, nothing. You know, it's gonna whatever you get, it's gonna be better. All right, let's see. Okay, I'm having trouble with the. A little trouble with the thing. Maybe the smart thing to do would be putting this one down here. Okay. So, yeah, I wanted to talk about this just because I saw so many people discussing it, and I'm going to do. I think I'm going to do a couple more in-depth videos on this topic because this game just means so much to me. Okay, that one's done. Oh, excuse me. Oh, man. I had a big old sneeze. Thankfully, I was able to use the mute button. Oh, man. But, we go and we do it. We do what we got to do. Brothers, The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time holds a special place in gamers' hearts. It may have been their first, action-adventure game. It may have been their first RPG, And it does have RPG elements, so I understand some people can say it's not an RPG. But the reality is, this game holds a special place in people's heart. And so I understand why people are defensive about it. I understand why they're protective about it. But here's my issue, okay? I think people are far too negative already in the content that I see about The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time Reborn Remake. I see a lot of negativity. I see a lot of videos saying, well, I mean, the game, it's $60, so it's going to be bad. Listen, whatever version of a game we get, whether it's a one-for-one remake with updated graphics and a couple new things, or it's a completely redone game, whatever it is, it's going to be good. Nintendo is not going to do us dirty on this game. Now, it may not be, everything that you've ever wanted. It may in fact be a version of, you remember Skyward Sword HD. It may be a version of that. But even if we got that, it wouldn't be bad. I would happily pay $60 for, we're talking updated graphics, beautiful, new rewards, gameplay that's been modernized. I think that would be tremendous. And that's what I'm here to say. I'm not here to say that you're wrong for wanting a completely redone game with different dungeons and stuff. You're not wrong for that. But I think where people do go wrong is when they let that, the fantasy, the absolute pinnacle of what their imagination could be, they let that ruin the experience for them. And I've seen so many videos so far about this reborn or this remake. It's negative. It's overwhelmingly negative, where people are like, I saw it was $60. Oh, it's gonna suck. No. Nintendo is not going to release a garbage product. It's not. I own on Switch 1 and Switch 2 and through the different consoles, I own just about every Legend of Zelda game. And I have not once played a bad Legend of Zelda game. Now, I like some of them more than others. But for me, I think they're all special in their own way. They're all amazing. That was not amazing. Neither was that. Yeah, that was not amazing. But the game is. And so I want to be one of the people that says, regardless of what Nintendo does here, we're all going to win. It's a win for us regardless of what they do. And that's really why I wanted to do this video, is because I do think there needs to be at least one person that acknowledges the fact that we're going to win regardless. That there is no losers in this. Now, I understand some people may be a little bit unhappy if there isn't like new content, new items, new dungeons. I get it. And would I like, you know, what you guys are proposing here? Yeah, I think that'd be great. But I'm not going to let it get me down if it's not that. I think that's important too. I've seen very few videos that have done that. And if I don't make it on this one, okay. Okay. All right. Well, he made it. This game, I think, honestly, I think people are so close to this game. I don't think, personally, I don't think it's going to be like Final Fantasy VII Remake. I just don't. But I think it's going to be good. I think, you know, if I can get this, I mean, maybe. Of course, you have to make things more complicated for myself. Of course. But yeah, that's really what I just wanted to say. I didn't want to, you know, I don't want to take too long, but I think that there is a negativity that I've observed, and I didn't like it. So that really is all there is to it. I just didn't like the overwhelming negativity I felt about this. Now, I do think that people are excited. I do think that they're excited, but I think that there is this thing of, well, if Nintendo doesn't do what I want, if they don't do it how I want, then I'm going to, I'm going to hate this game, or it's going to be bad. I'm not there. So if you are somebody that's like that, you know what? That's fine. But I think that we should be looking forward to what they're going to offer. I don't know what they're going to do. That's part of the excitement. I don't know. But I know whatever it is, it's not going to be bad. It is not going to be bad. I very much doubt Nintendo will take an IP like this and do something bad with it. Do something like irresponsible, reckless, where it will basically be like the same game sold for $70. They're not going to bilk you out of your money. I think that regardless of what they do, I think it's going to be worth it. So yeah, I've been playing Ocarina of Time for a couple minutes on stream, and I think it reminds me of how special this game is. Beautiful, like at the time, the graphics today, people don't really. They're like, the graphics aren't great, but at the time, I mean, this was something special. And someone says, Ocarina of Time remake will be great, but Nintendo deserves all the negative press they can get. Okay, I understand what you're saying, but it's not applicable to each different thing. If people want to criticize Nintendo for Power World, keep it to Power World. If they want to criticize Pokemon, keep it to Pokemon. That's my take on it. I think that the criticism and the animosity should be limited, to the particular grievance. But if people want to criticize, and say, I want this out of the game, I think that's perfectly fine. But just for me, I look at it and I go, I just don't think that being overtly negative. I don't think being overtly negative about what we could get here before we've even gotten it. And whatever happens, we're going to have 2 versions of Ocarina of Time already. And now I'll just be honest. You have people that are hungry for more information. I don't think if this were like, for example, if this were like a Skyward Sword situation, Nintendo would have just released the trailer. You know it, I know it. If it were just a 1-for-1, we're redoing Ocarina of Time with updated graphics, you know that they would have absolutely just released the trailer. But I think what they're going to do, and I think what they're doing here, I think they're going to deliver something extremely special. Now, how that manifests, I don't know. But I think that Nintendo has earned enough goodwill with The Legend of Zelda that we give them the benefit of the doubt. That's my position. That's my take. I think they've earned it. I think they've earned it through years. Because here's the thing. I can think of very few franchises that have as many good games as The Legend of Zelda over so many years. You know, you have games like Final Fantasy VII that have a lot of games, but they go, oh, well, you know, Final Fantasy VII is good, but Final Fantasy this is not good. And, you know, you have people that are like, oh, well, I like this one, but this one isn't good. Most games, maybe they have like 1 or 2 good games in their, you know, in their entire life. But The Legend of Zelda is one that has so many. Like, honestly, nearly every Zelda game I played has been... Oh, come on. Come on. Nearly every Zelda game I played. How is that possible? Okay. Nearly every Zelda game I played. Oh man, if I'm gonna get this on. Nearly every Zelda game I played has been pretty good, and so I'm not ready to. All right, now I'm starting to get pissed. Why on earth? So I can do it here, but not. Okay, we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. It's not gonna forget. Thank you. All right. All right. a little bit of an issue with the. We got 23 is number 1, 2. Come on, come on. There we go. So, we're gonna beat Queen Goma. The coup de grace to Queen Goma. Strike when she's son. Okay. Okay. So we're gonna defeat the Queen here. But yeah, I hope that the Zelda fan community, I hope they truly appreciate how special The Legend of Zelda is. And I think they do. But sometimes I think that they can be a little bit overtly negative. And I just... That is creepy. That really is creepy. I do hope they keep the dark aesthetic for it. What the hell? Okay. Go up. Oh, come on. No. Turn around. Turn around. No. Oh, come on. Damn. So yeah, so she got the eggs out. This guy, I'm gonna take this guy out. But this is such an iconic and beloved game. I really do love this game, and so I don't want people to. I just don't want people to treat it too harshly. It's just my own personal thing, and I think some people are, and I think, understandably, there's some people that are angry at Nintendo. I totally get it. There's some people that, they want this version of The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time that I just don't think is realistic, which, I totally get. Having, a wish list is fine. But you genuinely have, a news cycle the other day where they're like, oh, man, we're worried about the game. We're worried about it because, oh, man, I saw it was $60. They had a leak and it was $60. And that means it's going to be bad. No, it's not. Whether it's $60, $70, $80, the game is going to be great. I think that people, I think they're putting their expectations too high. And I don't want to see the game suffer as a result of that. And keep in mind, I will say this with all love, the Zelda fan community is often wrong. Okay? I don't mean they're wrong in calling certain things. But some of the biggest issues that the Zelda fan community has had, they've been wrong. For example, do you remember Wind Waker? You remember when that first, the first trailer for that launched? The Zelda fan community was absolutely furious. They were so mad. This is garbage. It's a kid's game. This is never going to stand up. This isn't Legend of Zelda. The game came out and it's in their top 5 of best Zelda games. So, please, give Nintendo a little slack here. Let them do what they're going to do. I understand wanting to be excited, but there's a point where it gets too far. And I think that we're approaching that point. And again, this is just my opinion. I'm just one person who saw something that I didn't agree with and am articulating it on the internet. This game looks so good. This just looks amazing. Yeah, we're gonna watch the whole cutscene. Yeah, in chat, we said Wind Waker is definitely a top 5. Yeah, a lot of people feel that way, but at the time, the Zelda fan community said absolutely not. They said, we're not going to buy this. What is this, a kid's game? This looks ridiculous. What is it, cartoon? And the game turned out to be just phenomenal. Absolutely fantastic. So that really is my point. Is to give it a chance to be what it is. At this point, it doesn't make any difference because they can't change it. But I think that, if the game comes out and it's genuinely bad and stuff, it's fine. But I think people should be a little bit more grateful for what they have. I mean, this franchise is a blessing. It's been so unbelievably just incredible. I can't think of a single franchise that has the impact over so many decades as this one. Back in my day, it was, arguing, what's better, Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time or, Final Fantasy VII. Nowadays, people are, still arguing, is Zelda, the best game? Sort of Final Fantasy doesn't really sit in that category anymore, but it's like this scene right here. I wonder what they're going to do in the remake. I'm excited to see it. And I'm absolutely going to play it on the stream if I can. But yeah. I'm just one content creator. Just one guy. but I think that there is an industry around generating news around the Legend of Zelda and Nintendo, but specifically the Legend of Zelda. And I think that can be good, but I also think it can be bad. Sort of like mainstream news, how negative news sells better. And I'm not accusing these content creators of anything. I totally get it. I totally get the news cycle thing. It's how you make your money. It's how how you pay your bills. I have nothing against that. I look at this and I go, this is such a great franchise. Like, I don't want to see the media cycle just constantly be negative. And to be fair, there have been some positive stories, but it just, I guess maybe it was like a string of videos that just appeared really negative, and that's what really caught me off guard and made me want to do this video. It's not really, I'm not going to mention the content creators by name. That's not the point. But I mean, people in the Zelda fan community, you'll absolutely know who I'm talking about. Oh, there he goes. The great Deku tree. So sad. Goodbye, great Deku tree. Yeah, that's sad. I wonder what he's gonna look like in the updated version. What did you do? Well, I didn't do anything. Okay, he's mad at me. He's pissed. Understood. He thinks I killed. He thinks I killed the Deku tree and I took his girlfriend. But anyway, that's what I wanted to say about this. I'm glad that I got the opportunity to get it off my chest. I think the game is going to be amazing. I think Ocarina of Time, Reborn, Remake, whatever they call it, I think it's going to be exceptional. I think within the next month, we're going to get more information on it. I mean, of course, they're not going to reveal like everything like days before it launches. I think they're going to give us more information in August. And then you got September, October, and then I think it's going to come out in November. And, and if it doesn't come out in November, like right there at the beginning of December, it's going to be the holiday game. And I look forward to it. I can't wait. I'm so excited for it. I'm so stoked. Can't wait to see what they do. Even if it is a high fidelity graphical remake in the style of Star Fox, I'll be happy. Anyway, that'll do it. I want to thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time. Okay. Let me get this uploaded online. Give me 1 second. Upload this. Okay. Okay, got that done. Okay, fantastic. Got that. Okay. Okay. Let me say this real quick. Okay. All right. Okay, we got Doyle in here. How you doing, brother? Are you there? Hello? Let's see. I can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you now, yeah.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now, yeah.
All right, I can hear you. Well, I didn't want to sit here and talk for 30 minutes. I found a part of the Bible that I think is really, what do you call it? Really would talk to Gen Z men. And also, let's get the Asmongold thing out of the way. How come Asmongold looks like K-pop Demon Hunters, directed by Rob Zombie?
Well, I mean, he looks it looks like him.
I'm not actually upset with his girl. I'm just impressed that any woman can survive that. I know I wouldn't be able to survive that house.
Well, I mean, it works for him. And apparently she gave him a list of chores to do, so he's gonna clean it up. Or buy a new house.
That sounds backwards.
Well, yeah, but I mean that's part of the dynamic, I guess.
I mean, it sounds like I mean, to tell you the truth, I thought Asmongold had more respect for himself, but I mean, he turned the ultimate goon cave, the ultimate World of Warcraft nest. Before you know it, he'll take a shower once a month.
Well, that's part of the list of things that he has to do. She gave him a list.
You know what? You know, we could sit here and complain, but I think that you and I both wish we were important enough to have a hot Chinese wife, or Chinese spy wife talking to us. Yeah. Yes.
Well, I know Hasan does.
Yes, our lives are going to be ruined. Yes, we're going to lose all of our money. Yes, we're going to regret it for the rest of our lives, but damn, she's hot. So it's okay.
Well, I
at least
have a little bit of a different standard when it comes to that, but
Well, I mean, I do too, but you wouldn't know it by my ex.
Oh.
She was Mexican and I was 19.
Oh man.
That's just
Mexican? Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
We met at my job, Walmart, because I was working at Walmart that time. Because you know how like I was in welding school, and life happens. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, that's true.
Life happens.
So you wanted to talk about Asmon?
All right, here's that part of the Bible I found. Okay.
Oh, okay. Lay on me.
I'm going to read you 1 Timothy 4:6-9. I think this could really talk to Gen Z men. If you point these out to a brother and sister, you will be a good minister of Jesus Christ, nourished on the truths of the faith and the good teaching that you have followed. Have nothing to do with godless myths and old wives' tales. Rather, train yourself to be godly. For physical training is of some value, but godliness has value for all things, holding promise for both the present and the life to come. This is a trustworthy saying that deserves full acceptance.
That's great.
Because like we always be talking about how the world's coming apart, right? But at the end of the day, I mean, you ever read the Bible? It's kind of the whole first half of it is about a nation who likes God, and then they decide to start worshiping other gods, and then they all die, and then God fixes it, and then they get really happy, and then they start worshiping other gods, and they all die. You know, I mean, America's like it is edgy teenage emo phase, right? And we're gonna be fine. I was actually so our church was made in the 1880s, and I was looking at we have paintings of like our so I'm ABC USA, right? American Baptist.
Mm-hmm.
So I was looking at paintings we had over the different years, how in this year we built it, and this year this part was added or that part was added. And I was just thinking, it feels really good to be in something that lasted, because we have people that are like 100 years old and people who are like 6 years old in the
Yeah.
church,
Yeah. Yeah, I know
You know?
what you mean. We have something similar to that as well at our church. We have a guy who's he's 94. I mean, gosh, the things that he's seen in 94 years, the
Well,
changes. And we also have, kids, but that's true. Just the difference of ages all coming together. That's,
yeah, because I was, our oldest actual member is 91, right?
Mhm.
And she has got some stories. Let me tell you what. Um, just everything you've seen. She's lived in so many different places over so many years.
Mm-hmm.
Um, she's actually very healthy for her age. I mean, she's still able to walk around, and the thing is, as well as I do, right? There are some 20-year-olds that are so fat that they can't walk across the house without dying, right? And there's some 90-year-olds who can run a mile while smoking a full pack of cigars, right? And not break a sweat. And there's also some 50-year-olds, right, who are less healthy than the quartered. And then there are some 15-year-olds who can do a triple backflip, right?
Right.
It's almost like if you like how a ball, like you throw a baseball and it stays in motion,
Right.
and then like once it hits a brick wall, it doesn't do anything.
Right.
It's almost like that's like life. I probably should have come up with a better analogy, but I think you get what I mean.
It makes sense. Yeah, we were actually talking about that not too long ago. We were talking about Trump's energy. Is like when Trump was doing the campaign stuff, he would do like 5 campaign stops a night, and I'm like, imagine the quartering trying to do.
Well, the thing about Trump is he wants to win,
Yeah.
right? Look, me and you both like have problems with both sides, but one thing you can't say is that Trump does not like to hear himself talk and he loves to walk.
Yeah.
I still go back and watch that fight thing, right? Because
Yeah.
that's the most American thing to happen since like Operation Desert Storm.
Well, Theodore Roosevelt.
Oh yeah, but
Yeah, he literally
you ever see
got
this-
shot and then got right back up and delivered a speech.
I like the episode. Theodore Roosevelt was a personification of that. You ever see South Park? You remember when they like had those massive dicks that they put in wheelbarrows? That's Theodore
Oh,
Roosevelt.
but the balls are so big you had to put them in wheelbarrows. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, they call them the bull moose.
Well, that's what happens when you ride a horse and go to certain things I don't want to see on YouTube. Otherwise, I'd say it on PSN, right? By the way, I got banned again.
Oh, did you?
It's number 29, man.
So let me ask you a question about that because I'm curious. I've never actually been banned on PlayStation. Does it affect your ability to access your digital games?
I mean, it's never done mine. I'm starting to think I should stop saying so many curse words and bad words. So
That would
that
be
would
interesting because I know on some programs when they ban you, you lose access to your digital media.
let's just go through all my games right here. See what I have to lose. Baldur's Gate 3, Arkham Asylum, Arkham City, Kingdom Come Deliverance, Resident Evil Village, Resident Evil Biohazard, Stellar Blade, Titanfall 2. Like half my collection is Final Fantasy.
Titanfall that came out on PlayStation.
Yeah, like 10 years ago, dude.
I thought that was like an Xbox exclusive. That's all.
The first Titanfall was Xbox
Oh
exclusive,
yeah,
right? But you
yeah.
know, like how like Xbox has the last good decision Xbox made was in like 2009.
With what? Oh, you're
Uh,
speaking. Yeah,
I mean, dude, look, here's the deal. Here's the deal. I think that it'd be a great. I trust Japanese incels way more than I trust American femcels.
well, of course, because they're guys.
Oh yeah, yeah. What do you want? Some big old fat sumo wrestler dude who will stop the match when a woman comes on stage because he's got a bloody head and a paramedic? Or do you want like you see that woman we were watching? I don't even know her name on that juice thing, right? Where they were talking about the oranges. See, that is the personification of the GOP, right? Because, like, you know how, like, they used to have just the rainbow flag with all those stripes, and then they
Right.
started adding weird symbols on the right?
Mm-hmm.
The GOP is the one without the weird symbols, and the DNC is the one with the weird symbols. I can't even read this shit, man. I come
Yeah.
from a Midwest town with 600 people. I don't know what this means.
Yeah, yeah. That was somebody in chat said that she was making the stage shake.
Dude, look, here's the deal, okay? I'm gonna hold my tongue because we're on YouTube, and if I start going, I really will get you banned, and I do not want to do that.
Don't do that. Yeah, don't.
I was real close to dropping a particular word that you're not allowed to say.
Yeah, don't do it. Oh gosh.
All right, no, I'm not going to do it because I respect your channel. I don't want to ruin your livelihood.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that more than you can know. That's very nice.
No, I may talk like a welder, but I have respect like one.
Yeah. Well.
All right, look, here's the deal. Check this out. So what have you been up to?
What have I been up to?
Well, yeah, I've been talking up a damn store for 20 minutes now.
Yeah. I would just, having fun. It's been 13 minutes and, or just listening to your take on Asmongold.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all wish we were important enough to get $7,000. I know my bank account would sure appreciate it, but
7,000. Yeah. So
it's not going. What?
So you think that do you really think she's a CCP asset designed to take over your boy?
Dude, look at him. Look at his house. Look how hot she is. Clearly, what kind of a woman would be with something like that if he didn't have as much influence on the young male audience? He got himself one of them freaky in bed Chinese spies, and he's enjoying it. And that motherfucker is gone. Let me tell you what.
All right. Well, I appreciate it, brother. Yeah, I don't know if I don't know. I think I'll be candid. I think she's an OnlyFans influence. I mean, she does have an OnlyFans or whatever. I do think that it is a marketing thing. But you know what? If he wants to have fun with it and make content off of it, you know what? Let him do it.
Neither of us care. We just think it's funny to talk about. She wasn't Asian. There wouldn't be any controversy about her being a spy.
Yeah.
If she was literally any other race, nobody would care, right? It's just because
unless she was Russian. If she were Russian, people would joke about him being controlled by the Russians.
Well, yeah, but
like, oh, look, you got a Kremlin.
Yeah, it's kind of like or if she's Ukrainian, right? Because the Russian says she's Ukrainian. Besides, they're like 90% the same thing. Like looking, like people right next to each other look like each other.
Yeah.
Besides, it sucks to be a Slavic 20-year-old guy right now, because all your women are getting destroyed in Dubai while you're getting blown up, and your reward is what?
That's a fair point.
I don't know, dude. I think.
All right, I'm gonna wrap things up, brother.
All right. Hey, I hope you have a great day.
All right, you too. All right. Talk to you later. All right. Fun as always. Interesting as always. You know, that's what we do here. We have. I've always been blessed with just good conversations. Yeah, I'm incredibly lucky for that. But anyway, what we're going to do is we're going to do a video about bricks and minifigs again. Just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in. Brothers, we are going to be talking about the bricks and minifigs situation yet again. That's right. So, for those that don't know, apparently Bricks and Minifigs tried to put Reckless Ben in jail yet again. You know, as you do. Now, listen, this entire situation has continued to be just insane. Absolutely insane. This should have been an open and shut thing, where the owner of Bricks and Minifigs did right by Ben, but not so much Ben, but the original owners of these Legos. Done right by them, and that would have been immediate good PR. They could have done so much stuff here. But these guys are genuinely serial liars. These guys at Bricks and Minifigs are serial liars, and it's insane to watch them operate. So, let's take a look at this. Let's watch the latest development, the new body cam footage that show that the CEO of Bricks and Minifigs is a liar.
A bunch of new body cam footage came in. No one's ever seen it, and we're gonna watch it right now.
He came to harass us at our place. He's out of state.
So this is filmed right after I get released from jail the first time. Because I got arrested because I was trying to serve them court papers to take them to court. They're just making up reasons for me to be arrested. But then I get out of jail because I paid for bond. I get out of jail. And now Ammon's just calling the police because he's like, you guys let Ben out of jail? Like, what the hell? Like, how could you guys do that? Ben needs to be in jail right now.
So he was arrested, and I think he was booked into the Utah County Jail. Okay. And he must have been released, even though he's an out-of-state, flight risk. He was released. And so he's a YouTuber.
An out-of-state flight risk. So already this guy is just, he's so desperate for, to try to paint a narrative. It's pathetic. It is genuinely pathetic. He is so desperate to paint this narrative that Reckless Ben is the villain here. He's the bad guy. He's the one that's the cause of all his problems. No, he's not. He is absolutely not.
That does this stuff for videos and clicks. Okay. He was arrested in California for doing this kind of trespassing and kind of stuff. Before, just I think in 2024,
Right. My first time getting arrested ever was for serving my court papers.
This is my first time ever being arrested.
This is my first time ever getting arrested, but I think Ammon's thinking, oh, well, if I lie to the police and make it seem like he's a criminal, maybe they'll just keep him in jail this time, you know?
So that's what's happening. And so, but we like, he's also been passing fraudulent gift certificates to financially harmed.
So this guy is just lying. I mean, at this point, we have passed the point of no return. We're just make up whatever you have to. Make up whatever you have to. No duty of care. No responsibility for, like, that's wild. That's genuinely wild. Just make up anything you want. Lie to the cops. Why are the cops still believing this piece of garbage?
Fraudulent gift certificates. Does he mean the Guinness World Record?
Oh, I was so confused. I've watched that part like 5 or 6 times. I was like, what's he mean gift certificates?
Yeah. I think he means the world record certificate.
This is an award for most Legos stolen by any company in the world.
That's what's going on. But at this point, I just need some information so I can tell our staff what is going on, because if I need to go and get some of my staff armed so that he can't threaten them.
Armed? Like, how is this piece of shit? How is this guy not in prison? How is he not in jail? If I have to go get my staff armed, you've seen the videos. This guy's not dangerous. You've seen it. This guy is not dangerous. He's never going to harm any of your people. You're a lying piece of shit. I thought you were a Mormon. Like, what the fuck is happening here? You're gonna go get a gun? You're gonna go get a gun because, I'm worried he may harm. No, you're not. You're not actually You're not actually worried about that. What a piece of garbage.
Right. That's what I need to do. Or they're going to go find him and rearrest him because he clearly had to have violated some kind of rule. There's got to be something to stop this.
Either you go arrest him or I'm going to arm my people and they may go find him. And what are we doing here? Just get back the fucking Legos, you piece of shit.
Guy for continuing to intimidate our staff.
Yeah, how'd you guys let this guy out of jail? If we let this guy out of jail, he's gonna kill our staff. Like, how can you possibly think of letting this guy out of jail?
You watch this, I feel like you're just like, dude, this is hilarious. I'm like, dude, this pisses me off.
Yeah, it's pretty funny, yeah.
What the heck? Like, he's literally lying through his freaking teeth.
I don't know what has been done since he was arrested yesterday.
Sure.
Like, we all sighed a big sigh of relief this morning knowing that he was arrested last night. Yeah. And then to have this happen all over again, like, everyone's feeling some pretty significant trauma that he's just not going to stop.
Yeah, so it's
trauma?
Not the police or corrections that let him out. That's going to be a judge, right? And so that would be a complaint that would have to be directed towards their office to find out what's the deal. Why would you let this guy out when he's stalking us, right? That's
Oh my gosh. This is damn near unwatchable. This is infuriating. This is so unbelievably infuriating. Like, they're just outright lying. Oh, he's a danger. He's dangerous. The fuck you mean? This is insane. I hope that after all this, I hope he sues them.
Yeah. So, really quick. Sorry, let me grab a pen. Who do I contact for that?
He's like, dude, what are you talking to me about this for? Talk to the judge.
The police officer's like, we tried to keep him in jail until his court case for a month, but the stupid judge let him out. So, like, don't complain to me, complain to the judge.
Yeah, what are you doing?
I suggest you put all evidence that you have against this guy on them.
He acts really cutesy, like he's clearly got some form of sociopathic disorder, because he lies through his teeth. He says and does whatever he can to just get away with whatever he wants, again, multiple arrests, I think, in the past in different states.
So obviously, if you look in the police records, you can see that I've never been arrested before. But because Ammon says so, maybe the police will just listen to Ammon, you know?
Taking his word every single time. They're taking his word over your evidence. Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it doesn't.
That's another charge, obviously. I mean, we'll stack him until he leaves you guys alone, I guess. You know what I mean? Or they put him in jail, one or the other.
Stack him.
Dude, that's so insane to freaking say.
Basically, I think Ammon lied to them saying that there's a restraining order when there wasn't. And so he's like, oh, well, that's another charge, and we're just going to keep making up charges about me until I'm in jail for good is kind of what it sounds like. Even though the evidence goes against everything you say, I want to help you out, Ammon, because
I can stack, I'll try to stack it on this.
By the way, this makes the police look so bad. This makes the cops look so bad. You know how you have all those people like Hasan and others saying ACAB and all that stuff? I don't believe that for a second. That all cops are like this. But this gives legitimacy to some of the worst people that are making arguments against cops. This just makes them look so corrupt and so bad. And I understand why they redacted this. Because it makes them look terrible. But instead of redacting this, you should be using this as a way to train your officers not to do shit like this. And you shouldn't be putting out videos about how your officers did nothing wrong. And you really should be arresting this guy, Amon. This guy who's the CEO of Bricks and Minifigs. You should be arresting this guy for lying about the police and making your entire department look bad.
Stalking case.
Oh my God, dude. Does he not know that he's recorded?
I am just going to figure this out here. Okay, sir. I'm going to call the jail, and then I will meet you over there, okay?
Okay, perfect. See you there in a little bit.
Yep, bye. Hey, it's Abrams with Orem Police Department. How you doing? You guys let a guy go this morning. It sounds like named was released from the jail today.
Officer Abrams?
Yep.
Nice to meet you.
Yep. Man, is there any way I can use your bathroom?
Yeah,
real quick?
for sure. We've got one right back here.
Taking my body camera off and setting it down for a second so I can use the bathroom. You shouldn't be doing this.
Well, thank you for that. We do appreciate that you turned off the camera so that, so that you could use the bathroom. We didn't want to see that.
Stuff, right? You know what I mean? All 5 of them should be charged.
Basically what they're saying now is not only
all 5 of them should be charged? What? Like, genuinely, this makes these cops look so bad. I don't know what on earth would compel this cop to say that. Like, you are obviously listening to a dispute between 2 people. You are immediately taking the side of this one person over the other. Wouldn't it be beneficial to call that person and hear their side of it before immediately believing this one person's side? Like, this is crazy bad police work.
not only should we put Ben in jail for forever for trying to serve these court papers, we should put all 5 of his team members in jail for trying to take you guys to court. You guys don't deserve to go to court, and anyone that tries to take you to court, we're going to put them in jail indefinitely.
They started threatening to kill some of the staff. And so they're just like, hey, if you don't, we're gonna kill you if you don't give this guy his money back and all this other stuff and like all these things. And so we're like, dude,
they never did that.
You guys have to go through the appropriate legal channels. Yeah. This guy has nothing to do with it.
They never said they were gonna kill anyone. That's bullshit.
On videos and like if you look him up again, he goes by the name of YouTube. Okay. And he films himself doing illegal things all the time, and then he gets his videos taken down, do all sorts of research on him. That's what we're dealing with, is a guy who, honest to goodness, he's a sociopath. Okay. As we've done some additional...
This guy looks mentally ill. This guy looks like he's, mentally gone. This guy looks like a freak and a creep. Like, look at this guy. You would not let this guy anywhere near, a school. Look at him. You would see this guy on, the 6 o'clock news. That's crazy. The absolute audacity to say that.
Searches on him, he has it appears that a relative of his, because he's originally from Ohio and then he moved to LA, some relative of his with the same name, that based on what we can piece together, was like convicted of like child porn or child, sexual like contact, some of these other types of things. So there's a very real chance that he may have been abused as a child, but that.
So he's making up this story. So like he's bringing up like child porn, child molestation. First of all, why the fuck is that even on your brain? Why the fuck is that even on your brain? What sort of disgusting subhuman piece of shit are you that's just sort of the thing that flows from your mouth? By the way, God abhors liars, and you are bearing false witness right now. Where is the Mormon church to call this guy out and excommunicate him? Where is the Mormon church to say this guy doesn't reflect us, he doesn't represent us? Like, this guy is making you as a Mormon look so bad, it's unbelievable.
That set him through a mental disorder, kind of whatever the case may be. He's clearly a sociopath and does not care about like the system.
My whole family's like pretty close, and I'm like 99.999999999% sure that's not true. But if it is true, I would like to know who that is. So, because I would, that's probably important information for me if there is someone in my family that's like that. But just a really quick update. I think we found the guy that Ammon's talking about.
Athens man is sentenced after he was found guilty of 110 felony counts for recording and distributing child pornography from his home. Benjamin Schneider is sentenced to 8 years in prison.
So yeah, I guess this guy also got charged in Ohio, and he has a very similar name to me. It's actually the exact same name as me. And maybe he thought that this person was me. Maybe that explains why he's saying I have been arrested multiple times. I mean, clearly this person is not me. I mean, but also maybe Ammon's not the smartest person in the world, so maybe he thought that we were the same person. I don't know, but this is the closest I was able to find of what Ammon could be talking about.
We know this guy's a sociopath, and so we are very afraid for our staff. Yes, sir. And these guys coming in, they've threatened people before. They don't care about the law, right? Right. And that's what makes us very scared, is because again, like, and I'm kind of asking a serious question. In your opinion, would you go get a shotgun and bring it in the store?
He keeps asking, like, so, like, you're the police officers, do you think it's a good idea that we should have guns to defend ourselves next time Reckless Ben comes in, right? I think what he's trying to do is, because Josh Johnson said he was going to shoot us just for trying to serve him papers.
Holy crap, dude. Wait, hold on. This is insane. So he's basically asking, hey, officers, do you think it's a good idea for me to have a gun, a shotgun, in case this guy comes around again? So he can get the okay from the police officer. Yeah. So he's like, hey, the officer said I can, insinuating that he can kill you.
Well, the police officers when they told me to do this, like, I'm just within my rights. He was trying to kill me and I'm just defending myself. Yeah, he's trying to come up with a reason to justify murdering us, I think, which...
This is actually insane.
Yeah, it's a little scary, but...
In a situation like this where some people we feel like are in danger.
I personally encourage people who are able to carry legally to carry.
Okay, so that's basically all the footage after I got arrested of them freaking out, and I think that kind of explains why, because a few hours later we do the GoFundMe. Sheldon gets arrested just for promoting this GoFundMe, and then they send a whole SWAT team of police officers to my house to just arrest everyone. So basically Ammon's doing what I like to call the 3-year-old method, which is basically if a 3-year-old really wants something and they're not getting it, what do they usually do?
Whine, cry, kick the back of the seat when they're in the car.
Basically this. That's kind of what Ammon's doing. Like, Ammon at first isn't really getting what he wants. It's like, I mean, I guess he got me arrested, but then I get out of jail and he's like, oh shoot, if I just keep saying he's stalking us, they're not going to keep him in jail for I got to make up some story to put him back in jail. It's exactly what a 3-year-old would do, right? And then he says, we're going to murder him. He's like, we're threatening him, and
he's not getting what he wants, so he just keeps like whining and crying. He's like, they're doing this,
and we
they're threatening.
Yeah, and we can't, honestly, we can't really get mad at Ammon for doing this, because, I mean, we used to do the same thing also, right? Like literally everyone used to do this, but then we turned like 5 years old, and we
grew out of it.
Yeah, like we turned 5, and then we realized that this was not the correct method to get what we want. Yeah, basically the person that sent me all this body cam footage asked if I could respond to what Ammon's saying. So I'm saying my official response to Ammon is goo goo gaga, because I feel like that's the appropriate way to respond to someone who's acting like a baby. And send. So right after this phone call, they arrest Sheldon for just promoting our GoFundMe and sent a bunch of SWAT team members to like SWAT our house, which kind of makes that make more sense to me now based on what Ammon was saying. But anyways, let's fast forward a little bit. We posted the video, and this is, I think, 5 days after we posted the video now. Matt McNeff, Ammon's brother, calls the police. I don't really think he had a crime. He's just kind of like complaining about our video. No, for real. Look.
Let me see. Yeah, so it's my brother and I have a franchise called Bricks and Minifigs that we run. He was filming and making this pseudo journalistic
pseudo journalistic documentary
that he, that's what he's claiming it is.
Yeah. Like literally, you can go watch the video for yourself. It's him documenting what he's doing. It's not a direct documentary, it's entertainment. But it's him doing videos documenting what's been going on.
He released that documentary on Friday, and our lives have been nothing but hell since then. Once this YouTuber released this video, our franchisees are getting targeted harassment, review bombs. They are destroying people's lives and making
Oh, yeah. So basically, they're being held accountable. You're being held accountable for what you did. And you don't like that. You thought you were going to be a tough guy. By the way, you remember the clips of them talking tough and them saying, we're going to destroy your lives. You stole the Legos. You remember that? You remember the tough talk from these guys? They were going, we're going to make you pay for this. We're going to, they tried to intimidate these guys, threaten them, all of this before any of this stuff actually happened. And now they want to play the victim. Fuck these guys. It's so obnoxious.
It has been a nightmare.
He's not even reporting a crime to the police. He's just complaining about how much he dislikes the video.
Aren't you supposed to call the cops when there's an emergency?
The cops basically just being the dude's therapist at this point.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It's been rough. He's trying to say that the American Fork Police, our company, and the LDS Church are all colluding now in protecting our franchisee. And it's one big giant conspiracy. I mean, it's insanity.
Yeah, it looks pretty bad. It looks pretty freaking bad, doesn't it? It looks pretty terrible. He was able to make a convincing argument because the police were acting in such an unprofessional, irrational manner. And you guys were acting in such an unprofessional, unreasonable manner. And the police weren't arresting you, which they should have done. So it made sense. Why are the police acting in this way, which is not lawful? Why are they actively taking your word for it over his? Yeah, it's bizarre.
It's just rage bait and clickbait, and he is causing significant serious harm. This has got to slow down.
What, remind me, do you know the title of the video on YouTube? I'd like to include that link on the report.
The YouTube creator is again, we feel like we've tried the whole way through to do the right thing here.
This entire time, Bricks and Minifigs, they say they've been trying to do the right thing the whole time, and it's literally just been as easy as give the dude his Legos back. They're just sitting in an empty store right now that you guys aren't even planning on selling them anymore. It'd be so easy for you just to give them back, but that would fix this whole thing, but they didn't. So, wait. So it's because they've caused so much punitive damage now. They've put Brian on medication. He's been having panic attacks. They've tried ruining his whole life and all this other stuff. Now it's a little bit more complicated than just giving the Legos back now. Basically, our lawyers are saying that this is going to be a slam dunk case. We could just get millions and millions of dollars out of them and just basically bankrupt their entire company. So Bricks and Minifigs will get completely destroyed. Or
do it.
Dang, that sounds insane.
We've given them another easy way now. They can say that they're sorry.
No.
By doing the chicken dance. And I will take that as a sincere form of apology.
No.
And once they do the chicken dance, then I will know that Bricks and Minifigs is sorry, and we can finally move on to the next video series.
No. You have to destroy them. Like I understand why he's saying that. For this guy, it's like, I don't want to keep going to battle with these people that are liars, that are willing to use the legal system, as a weapon. But you really need to set an example with these people. These people, bricks and minifigs, they need to go out of business. They need to be punished. Like, these people have lied to our law enforcement. They've wasted taxpayer dollars. How many tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars have they wasted on this ridiculous vendetta? Now they're calling cops as their personal therapists. This is wholly unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. So I don't think he should give up.
It'll be awesome. But it's weird. Bricks and Minifigs still hasn't done the chicken dance yet, which to me makes me feel like they think doing the chicken dance will cause them hundreds of millions of dollars worth of damage. They're that scared of doing the chicken dance. They think that by them doing the chicken dance, it's probably, I don't know, but they think that's a worse decision than destroying their $100 million company and all of the innocent franchises that have nothing to do with this. They think it's worth destroying all their franchises just so they don't have to do the chicken dance. Their time is running out, and they have 1 week left as of me posting this video right now, and then there's going to be a third thing. So right now, it's just give the Legos back and do the chicken dance. But if they wait 1 more week, then they're going to have to do 3 things. Whatever this street is, it's the street Joshua Johnson lives on. They will have to rename this street Reckless Ben Street. That way, every time Josh drives home, he's going to have to see, oh, I live on Reckless Ben Street now. This sucks, Yeah, just as they're stacking the charges to throw us in jail forever, we're stacking the list of demands.
He's going to have to rename the street to Reckless Ben Street. Oh, man. Oh, no.
Before they can get out of this mess.
Sounds good.
Yeah, we're just going to keep stacking them until their whole company's destroyed.
We're going to stack it week after week, month after month, year after year.
Yeah, even infinity after infinity. We're going to keep going. We're going to keep stacking those lists of demands all the way up and never stop. Give me the fact it won't stop until the Legos. Anyways, subscribe to Patreon. You'll get to see lots of behind the scenes, like full interviews. I just posted a full interview of us talking to the chief of police.
Man, you got screwed. Right? So we're just trying to right the wrong. Whatever that looks like.
Basically, he's saying that his police department messed up, and the whole interview's on Patreon. Also, part 4 is halfway filmed. We're almost done filming part 4.
Wow.
It's the most insane video we've ever filmed in our entire lives. Tell him, Victor. Yeah, no spoilers. It kind of sucks because we're still undercover in part 4, but part 4 is going to be super sick. Everyone's saying that the Lego videos are wrapping up. I think the Lego series is actually just started.
Wow. That's great. That's great. His videos are just incredibly entertaining. Yeah, I like what he's doing. And the fact is that this is a worthwhile cause. This corporation is a scumbag corporation. Absolutely. There's no reason for them to do what they've done. And to handle it the way that they have, yeah, a message needs to be sent that you don't treat people this way. This guy, Eamon Ness, or whatever the hell his name is, he's, lying about people, lying to cops, misrepresenting the whole situation, accusing people of, child porn and sexual misconduct. It's fucking weird. Basically, his thing is, well, we've determined that, a member of his family was engaging in child porn, so maybe he sort of does that too. Oh, and maybe you should investigate him for, child porn. Oh, and, yeah, maybe he was sexually abused, and maybe he, transfers that to other people. The level of depravity and sick shit is just out of this world. It's insane. Anyway, that'll do it for this video. I want to thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time. All right. We're going to wrap things up for the night, guys. I want to thank each and every one of you who, tuned in. Every single one of you who helped me, who continues to help me. I want to thank each and every one of you. You guys are a blessing. And I want to say thank you so much for the financial support. It means more to me than you can ever know. I thank you guys. It's overwhelming. And I just want to say God bless you.